Court of Silver Flames. Book 5 by Sarah Janet Maas. Part 3, Valkyrie. Chapter 51. So you mean to tell me, Emery muttered from the side of her mouth as they stood in the training ring 2 days later, that you got into a fight with your family, disappeared for a week with Cassian, and came back able to use an actual sword, but I'm supposed to believe you when you say nothing happened? Gwyn snickered, her attention fixed on tying a length of white silk ribbon to a wood beam jutting from the side of the pit. Neither the ribbon nor the beam had been there a week ago, and Nesta had no idea how they'd even anchored the wood into the stone. But there it was. The crisp morning wind ruffled Nesta's hair. That's exactly what I'm telling you. Tell me you at least had a week's worth of sex, Emery muttered. Nesta choked on a laugh as Cassian stiffened across the ring, but he didn't turn. There might have been some. After that night beside the lake, she and Cassian had lingered there for 2 entire days, either training with his sword or fucking like animals on the shore. In the water, bent over a boulder as she moaned his name so loudly it echoed off the peaks around them. He'd taken her over and over, and she'd clawed at him and torn his skin every time, as if she could climb into him and fuse their souls. They'd returned last night, and she'd been too tired to venture to his room. She assumed he'd been called to the river house because he hadn't been at dinner, nor had he sought her out. She wasn't ready to see fair, though. For all she'd confessed to Cassian that step, she'd face it soon. Done, Gwyn declared, the white ribbon fluttering in the wind where it hung from the beam. Behind them, a few of the priestesses working with Azrael had turned to see what the ribbon business was about. The Shadowzinger crossed his arms, angling his head, but remained in his half of the ring. Cassian, however, approached Gwyn's handiwork and ran the white silk between 2 fingers. Nesta couldn't stop her blush. He'd done that by the lake. After he'd fucked her with his fingers, he'd held her gaze while he rubbed them together, testing the slide of her wetness against his skin the same way he was touching that ribbon. From the way his hazel eyes darkened, she knew he was recalling the same. But Cassian cleared his throat. "Explain," he ordered Gwyn. Gwyn squared her shoulders. "This is the Valkyrie test for whether your training is complete and you're ready for battle. Cut the ribbon in half." Emery snorted. "What?" But Cassian made a contemplative noise, gesturing to the other half of the ring. "AZ told me you also started preliminary work with the steel blades while we were gone." He nodded to Gwyn and Emery, the former glancing toward Azrael, who watched in silence. "So show me what you learned. Cut the ribbon in 2. "We sliced the ribbon in 2, Emery asked Gwyn warily. "And our training is complete?" Gwyn again glanced to Azrael, who drifted closer. She said, "I'm not entirely sure." Cassian released the ribbon. "A warrior's training is never complete, but if you're able to slice this ribbon in 2 with 1 cut, then I'd say you can hold your own against most enemies, even if you've only been training for a little while." At their silence, he looked between them. "Who's first?" Again, the 3 of them swapped glances. Nesta frowned. Whoever went first would get the brunt of the humiliation. Gwyn shook her head. "No way in hell." Emery's mouth popped open. "Why me?" she demanded. "What?" Cassian asked, and Nesta realized they hadn't been speaking. "You're oldest," Gwyn said, nudging Emery toward the ribbon. Emery groused, but stepped up to the dangling ribbon, grudgingly taking the sword Cassian extended. Azrael murmured over a shoulder to the priestesses under his charge as they watched. They instantly began moving again, but Azrael's attention remained on the ribbon. "Should we bet?" Gwyn asked Nesta. "Shut up," Emery hissed, though amusement lit her eyes. Nesta smirked. Go ahead, Emery. Cursing under her breath, wings tucking in tight, Emery lifted the blade in near-perfect form and sliced at the ribbon. The white silk fluttered and bent around the blade, and absolutely did not slice in two. "Let's all admit we knew that would happen," Emery said, teeth bared as she slashed the sword again. The ribbon danced harmlessly away. Cassian clapped her shoulder. "Looks like I'll see you at training tomorrow." "Asshole," Nesta muttered. Cassian laughed and took the sword from Emery, and, in the same breath, spun, swiping low and even. The bottom half of the ribbon fluttered to the ground. Perfect slice. He grinned. "At least I can cut the ribbon." Nesta didn't forget that parting shot. Not as they finished training for the day, and certainly not when she dragged Cassian down the stairs, straight to his bedroom, need bellowing in her veins. Cassian apparently felt the same, as he'd scarcely spoken these last few minutes, his eyes blazing bright. They only made it as far as his desk against the wall before she'd grabbed him, right as he'd pushed her down onto the wooden surface and stripped off her pants. Bent over the desk, her bottom half entirely exposed, Nesta ground her aching nipples into the wood surface, savoring the brutal crush. Her jacket, her shirt, her boots all stayed on. In fact, her pants were only pushed down to her ankles, restricting her movement further, leaving her utterly at his mercy. And as his cock at last sank deep into her, the two of them groaned. He stood behind her, one hand braced on the desk, the other clenching her hip as he pulled out nearly to the tip, then pushed back in slowly. Nesta writhed. "I could fuck you for days," he said against her sweaty neck. She moaned into a pile of papers. "I'm fucking soaked with you," he growled, and the hand at her hips slid around to tease the apex of her thighs. At the first taunting stroke, she breathed, "Cassian." He pounded into her at a steady, deep pace. The liquid slide of his cock into her sounded obscenely through his otherwise silent bedroom. His balls brushed against her, tickling her with each powerful thrust. Harder. She wanted him imprinted on her very bones. Harder. "Fuck!" He exploded on a breath and pulled back from where he'd braced himself. "Hold on to the desk," he ordered, and Nesta stretched to grip the edges just as his hands landed on her hips. His thighs pushed into her own, spreading her further, as wide as she could go, and he gave no warning before his hands tightened and he unleashed himself. Exquisite, punishing thrusts slammed so deep, he hit her innermost wall, and her eyes rolled back into her head at the sheer bliss of it. He became savage, unrelenting. She might have been sobbing at the pleasure, the sheer size of him, so large there would never be any getting used to it. Every unrelenting push had her inching against the desk, the wood and papers teasing her breasts, and she nearly wept at that too. Cassian's fingers dug into her hips so hard Nesta knew she'd bruise, loved that she'd bruise. He shifted his stance, and his cock plunged even deeper, rubbing against that spot, and the sounds that came from her weren't human or fey, but something far more primal. "Fuck yes," he snarled at her abandon. "That's it, Nesta." He accentuated each word with a savage thrust. "Do I feel good to you?" She whimpered her confirmation, then managed to say, "I like it when you ride me hard. Every time I move and my body is sore." She had to fight for words, for control. "I think of you, of your cock." "Good. I want my cock to be the only thing you think about." His pace faltered as he licked up the column of her neck. She could hear the taunting smile in his words as he whispered, "Because your pretty little cunt is the only thing I think about." At the words, his foul language, her toes curled, but she wouldn't let him win this one. Not when this had somehow become a competition for who could make the other come first. So she whispered, I love being so covered in your seed that it leaks out of me for ages afterward. I love feeling it slide down my thighs and knowing you left your mark in me. Fuck, he blew out, his pounding wild now. So unchecked, only her hold on the desk kept her feet on the ground. Fuck! Cassian came with a roar, and at the first pulse of his cock spurting deep into her, she climaxed, screaming loud enough that he clamped a hand over her mouth. She bit down on his fingers, and he kept moving in her, spilling himself over and over, until his seed was again running down her thighs, until he slid his fingers through a stream of it and brought it up to that spot at the apex of her sex. You have no idea what you just started, he whispered in her ear, smearing his wetness there, rubbing into her sensitive flesh with idle circles. Nesta didn't reply as his fingers flicked against her, and she came again. Nesta did not venture down to the city to see Fair, or Amryn, but she kept going to the stairs. She hadn't been able to reach the bottom again. Part of her knew that if she wanted to, she might accomplish it, just as she might open her mouth and ask Cassian to take her to the river house. But she didn't. So she kept trying the stairs for another week straight, always getting about halfway down before turning back, her legs absolute jelly by the time she returned to the hallway. It was fitting, given that her arms were jelly, too. Yes, she wielded the sword with her entire body, but her arms hurt most of all. And it didn't help that they'd started on shields now. No one had managed to slice Gwyn's ribbon in two. They all tried at the start and end of every lesson, and all failed. Nesta had begun to resent the sight of a ribbon anywhere. Tying back Rosalind's red hair, folded in the accessory drawer of her dressing table, even bound for place keeping into the latest romance Emery had loaned her. They all laughed at her, taunted her. So Nesta ran the steps and practiced and failed. She took Cassian to her bed every night and sometimes during the day, though they never slept in each other's rooms. Not once. They fucked, they savaged each other, and then they parted. No matter that, there were some nights when she wanted him to stay, wanted to roll off him and snuggle into his warmth and fall asleep to the sound of his breathing. But he always left before she mustered the courage to ask. Nesta was leafing through a tome of military history in the library that had one paragraph on Valkyrie ambush strategies when Gwyn appeared. Tell me you found their secret to cutting the ribbon. You and that ribbon, Nesta muttered, shutting the tome. Of all of them, Gwyn had become the most relentless about succeeding. Gwyn crossed her arms, pale robes rustling. She winced and rubbed her shoulder. Did you know shields weighed so much? I certainly didn't. No wonder the Valkyries learned to use them as weapons as deadly as their swords. She sighed. They'd have been quite a sight in battle, cracking open enemy skulls with blows from their shields, throwing them to knock an opponent onto their backs before skewering them. She rubbed her shoulder again. Their arm muscles must have been as hard as steel. Nesta snorted. Indeed, she cocked her head. Now that you're here, I want to ask a favor. Gwyn arched a brow. About the trove? No, Nesta knew she had to scry soon for the harp. She'd lost a good week in the mountains, and if Queen Brylan already had the crown, time was not on their side. But she said, you mentioned a while ago that you have evening services with music, right? Gwyn smiled. Oh yes, you want to join us? I promise it's not all religious stuff. I mean, it is, but it's beautiful. And the cave we have the service in is beautiful too. It was carved by the underground river that flows beneath the mountain, so the walls are smooth as glass. And it's acoustically perfect, the shape and size of the space. Amplifies and clarifies each voice within. It sounds heavenly, Nesta admitted. It is. Gwyn smiled again, eyes lighting with pride. Some of the songs you'll hear are so ancient they predate the written word. Some of them are so old we didn't even have them in Sangrava. Clotho found them in books shelved below level 7. Hannah, she'll be the one who plays the lute, figured out how to read the music. I'll be there. Nesta shifted on her feet. I think I need something like that. At Gwyn's quizzical look, Nesta said, I. She fumbled for the smoothest way to say it. I. Gwyn slid her hands into the robe's pockets, her face open, waiting. Nesta finally said, letting herself voice the words, After the war, I was in a bad place. I still am, I suppose, but for more than a year after the war. She couldn't look Gwyn in the eye. I did a lot of things I regret. Hurt people I regret harming. And I hurt myself. I drank day and night and She didn't want to say the word to Gwyn. Fucked. So she said, I took strangers to my bed. To punish myself, to drown myself. She shrugged a shoulder. It's a long story and not one worth telling. But through it all, I picked taverns and pleasure halls to frequent because of the music. I've always loved music. She braced herself for the damning judgment, but only sorrow filled Gwyn's face. You've probably guessed that my residency in the house, my training, my work in the library is my sister's attempt to help me. Her sister whom she had still not apologized to, whom she still didn't have the courage to face. And I think I might be glad Fair did this for me. The drinking, the males, I don't miss any of it. But the music, that I miss. Nesta waved a hand, as if she could banish the vulnerability she'd offered up. But she went on, and since I'm not particularly welcome in the city, I was hoping you meant it when you said I could come to one of your services, just so I can hear some music again. Gwyn's eyes shone, like the sunlight on a warm sea. Nesta's heart thundered, waiting for her reply. But Gwyn said, Your story is worth telling, you know? Nesta began to object, but Gwyn insisted. It is, but yes, if you want music, then come to the services. We will be glad to have you. I will be glad to have you. Until Gwyn learned how horrible she'd been. No, Gwyn said, apparently reading the thought on her face. She grabbed Nesta's hand. I understand. Nesta heard Gwyn's own heart begin thundering. I understand, Gwyn repeated. What it is to fail the people who mean the most, to live in fear of people finding out. I dread you and Emery learning my history. I know that once you do, you'll never look at me the same again. Gwyn squeezed Nesta's hand. Her story would come later. Nesta let her see it in her face, that when Gwyn was ready, nothing she could reveal would make her walk away. Come to the service this evening, Gwyn said. Listen to the music. She squeezed her hand again. You'll always be welcome to join me, Nesta. Nesta hadn't realized how badly she'd needed to hear it. She squeezed Gwyn's hand back. Chapter 52. The wooden pews that filled the massive, red-stoned cavern were packed with pale hooded figures, their blue gems glimmering in the torchlight as they waited for the sunset service to begin. Nesta claimed a spot on a pew in the rear, earning a few curious looks from the hooded females who filed past, but no one spoke to her. A dais lay at the far end of the space, though no altar sat upon it. A natural stone pillar rose from the ground, the top flattened into something like a podium. Nothing else. No effigies or idols, no gilded furniture. A silver-haired figure stalked down the aisle, a cold wind at her heels, and the others gave her a wide berth. Nesta stiffened as Meryl's twilight-colored eyes settled upon her and narrowed with recognition and hatred. But the female kept moving, taking her place atop the dais, where Clotho had appeared. Still no Gwyn. The last of the priestesses found whatever seat was available, and silence fell as a group of 7 females stepped onto the dais beside Meryl and Clotho. Some were hooded, others were bareheaded, and one of those bareheaded priestesses, Gwyn. Her eyes glowed with mischief and delight as they found Nesta's, as if to say, surprise. Nesta couldn't help but smile back. A bell rang 7 times somewhere nearby, echoing through the stones, through Nesta's feet. Each peal was a summons, a call to focus. Everyone rose at the 7th peal. Nesta gazed at the sea of pale robes and blue stones as the entire room seemed to suck in a breath. As that 7th bell finished pealing, music erupted. Not from any instruments, but from all around. As if they were one voice, the priestesses began to sing, a wave of sparkling sound. Nesta could only gape at the lovely melody, the voices from the front of the cavern leading it, lifting higher than the others. Gwyn sang, chin high, a faint glow seeming to radiate from her. The music was pure, ancient, by turns whispering and bold, one moment like a tendril of mist, the next like a gilded ray of light. It finished, and Meryl spoke about the mother and the cauldron and the land and sun and water. She spoke of blessings and dreams and hope, of mercy and love and growth. Nesta half heard it, waiting for the sound, the perfect, beautiful sound, to begin again. Gwyn seemed to be shimmering with pride and contentedness. Meryl finished the prayer, and the group began another song. It was like a braid, the song, a plait of 7 voices, weaving in and out, individual strands that together formed a pattern. Halfway through it, a drum appeared in the hand of the singer on the far left. A harp began strumming in the hands of one on the far right. A lute sounded from the center. She'd never heard such music. Like a spell, a dream given form. The entire room sang, each voice resonating through the stone. But Gwyn's voice rose above them all, clear and powerful and yet husky on some notes. A mezzo-soprano. The word floated from the depths of Nesta's memory, voiced by a watery-eyed music tutor who'd quickly declared Nesta hopeless at singing or playing, but in possession of an unusually fine ear. The song ended, and more prayers and words flowed from Meryl, Clotho silent beside her. Then another song started, this one merrier, faster than the other, as if the songs were a progression. This one was a lilting chant, the words tumbling over each other like water dancing down a mountainside, and Nesta's foot tapped on the ground in time to the beat. Nesta could have sworn that beneath the hem of Gwyn's robe, the priestess's foot was doing the same. The words and the counter-melodies danced around and around, until the walls hummed with the music, until the stones seemed to be singing it back. They finished and started another song, led into it by a rolling drumbeat, then a single voice. Then the harp joined, a second voice with it. Then the lute along with a third. The 3 sang around and into each other, another braid of voices and melodies. They reached the second verse, and the other 4 joined in, the room with them. Gwyn's voice soared like a bird through the cavern as she started the 3rd song with a solo, and Nesta closed her eyes, leaning into the music, shutting out one sense in order to luxuriate in the sound of her friend. Something beckoned in Gwyn's song, in a way the others hadn't. Like Gwyn was calling only to her, her voice full of sunshine and joy and unshakable determination. Nesta had never heard a voice like Gwyn's, by turns trained and wild, as if there was so much sound fighting to break free of Gwyn that she couldn't quite contain it all, as if the sound needed to be loose in the world. The others joined Gwyn for the 2nd verse, and the harp's harmonies rose above their song, archways of wordless notes. With her eyes closed, only the music mattered. The song, the voices, the harp. It wrapped around her, as if she'd been dropped into a bottomless pool of sound. Gwyn's voice rose again, holding such a high note it was like a ray of pure light, piercing and summoning. Two other voices rolled in to join, pulsing around that repeated high note, the harp still strumming, voices whispering and flowing, lulling Nesta down, down, down into a pure, ancient place where no outside world existed, no time, nothing but the music in her bones, the stones at her feet, her side, overhead. The music took form behind Nesta's eyes as the priestesses sang lyrics in languages so old. No one voiced them anymore. She saw what the song spoke of: mossy earth and golden sun, clear rivers and the deep shadows of an ancient forest. The harp strummed and mountains rolled ahead, as if a veil had been cleared with the stroke of those strings, and she was flying toward it, toward a massive, mist-veiled mountain, the land barren save for moss and stones and a gray, stormy sea around it. The mountain itself held two peaks at its very top, and the stones jutting from its sides were carved in strange, ancient symbols, as old as the song itself. Nesta's body melted away, her bones and the stones of the cavern a distant memory as she flowed into the mountain, beheld towering, carved gates, and passed through them into a darkness so complete it was primordial. Darkness that was full of living things, terrible things. A path led into the dark, and she followed it, past doors with no handles, sealed forever. She felt horrors lurk behind those doors, one horror greater than the others, a being of mist and hatred, but the song led her past them all, invisible and unmarked. This place was utterly lethal, a place of suffering and rage and death. Her very soul quaked to wander its halls. And even though she had passed by the door keeping her safe from that one being more horrible than all the rest, she knew it watched her. She refused to look back, to acknowledge it. So Nesta drifted down and down, the harp and the voices pulsing and guiding, until she stopped before a rock. She laid a hand on it to find it was only an illusion, and she passed through it, down another long hall beneath the mountain itself, and then she stood in a cavern, almost the twin to the one the priestesses sang in, as if they were linked in song and dreaming. But rather than red stone, it was carved of black rock. Symbols had been etched into the smooth floor, into the curving walls, rising toward a ceiling so high it faded into gloom. Spells and wards pulsed around the room, but there, in the center of the space, set upon the floor as if it had been laid there by someone who'd merely walked away and forgotten it. There, in the center of the chamber, sat a small golden harp. Cold leached through Nesta, clarifying her thoughts enough to realize where she stood, that the music of the priestesses had lulled her into a trance, that her own bones and the stone of the mountains surrounding her had been her scrying tools, and she had drifted to this place. The harp gleamed in the darkness, as if it possessed its own sun within the metal and strings. "Play me," it seemed to whisper. "Let me sing again. Join your voice with mine." Her hand reached toward the strings. Yes. The harp sighed, a low purr rolling off it as Nesta's hand neared. "We shall open doors and pathways. We shall move through space and eons together. Our music will free us of earthly rules and borders." Yes, she'd play the harp, and there would be nothing but music until the stars died out. "Play. I have so long wished to play," it said, and she could have sworn she heard a smile within the sound. What might my song unlock in here? A cold, humorless laugh skittered along Nesta's bones. "Sang again, play, play." The song halted, and the vision shattered. Nesta's knees gave out as the room swept in, and she collapsed onto the pew, earning an alarmed look from Gwyn through the crowd. Her heart thundered, her mouth was dry as sand, and she forced herself to rise to her feet again, to listen to the end of the service as she pieced it all together, realized what she had discovered in her unwitting scrying. "You're sure of this?" Cassian leaned a hip against Rhys's desk. Nesta said the harp is beneath the prison. She's never been to the prison, Rhys said, frowning. Cassian had honestly thought Nesta might be drunk when she burst into the dining room an hour earlier, breathless, and told him her wild story. He'd hardly been able to follow what she'd said, except for the fact that she believed the harp was at the prison. Worse, that she'd woken up the harp in the prison. What havoc might it wreak unchecked? The thought chilled Cassian to the core. So he'd flown down here and found Rhys in his study, again poring over old Healer's volumes, trying to find some way to save his mate. Rhys leaned back against his seat, considered. AZ had winnowed to a meeting point on the eastern coast to get a report from Moore about the Valahan situation, and Fair was out to dinner with Amren, so it was just the two of them tonight. Cassian had suggested that Nesta come tell Rhys herself, but she'd refused. She'd been shaken, had needed some time to pull herself back together. He'd check in on her later, make sure she hadn't withdrawn too far into her head. Rhys drummed his fingers on his biceps, stared at his desk for a long moment. When we heard about Baron's treachery, I had Helayan show me how to apply a shield like the one I had around Fair to the prison itself. You guessed this would happen? No, a muscle ticked in Rhys's jaw. Fair and I were concerned that Baron would try to free the inmates to use in a conflict, just as we used the bone carver in the war. Give me tonight, and I'll get the shield untangled and open for you tomorrow. It takes that long to undo a shield? Rhys dragged a hand through his hair. Worries etched deep lines into his brow. It's a combination of magic and spell work, so yes, and I'll admit I'm distracted enough these days that I might need some extra time to make sure it's done correctly. Cassian's stomach bottomed out at the bleakness in Rhys's face. But he only said, "All right." A blade appeared on the desk, summoned from wherever Rhys kept it, the great sword Nesta had made. "Take it with you," his High Lord said quietly. "I want to see what happens if Nesta uses it." "A visit to the prison isn't the time for one of your experiments," Cassian countered. The stars in Rhys's eyes winked out. "Then let's hope she doesn't need to draw it." Chapter 53. Rhys and really gave this sword to me of his own free will? Nesta asked Cassian the next morning as they hiked the mossy, rock-strewn side of the towering mountain known as the prison. It was exactly as she'd pictured it in her trance, and even more horrible in person. The very land seemed abandoned, like something great had once existed here and then vanished, like the land still waited for it to return. Rhys said if we're going into the prison, we should be well armed, Cassian said, his dark hair tossed by the cold, wet wind off the thrashing gray sea beyond the plain to their right. And this is the best place he can think of for us to try out the sword you made. So if it goes badly, at least it will kill me, not anyone else? Nesta couldn't keep the sharpness from her tone. Rhys had winnowed them here, depositing them at the base of the mountain, as no magic could pierce its heavy wards. Nesta hadn't been able to look him in the eye. "You're not going to be killed, either by that blade or anything in there." His jaw tightened as he surveyed the towering gates far above. He'd put many of the current inmates inside, and Nesta had heard Fair's harrowing tales of visiting the prison on several occasions. Little frightened her sister. That Fair found it to be petrifying didn't help the twisting sensation in Nesta's gut. "You remember the rules?" Cassian asked as they neared the gates of bone, intricately carved with every manner of creature. "Yes." Hold Cassian's hand the entire time. "Don't speak of Amren. Don't speak of anything regarding the Trove or the court or Fair's pregnancy. Don't speak of the creatures he put in here. Don't do anything except walk and stay on high alert. And get that harp out before it could unleash chaos." The bone gates groaned open. Cassian tensed, but kept climbing upward. Looks like we're expected. Down into the darkness, into hell itself, they walked. Nesta clutched Cassian's hand, her rope to life in this lightless place. One of Cassian's siphons flared with red light, bloodying the black walls, the doors they sometimes passed. Cassian moved with the fluidity of a trained warrior, but she noted his gaze darting around the path they walked, which plunged into the earth. The entrance to the hidden hall she'd seen in her scrying had been far, far below, between an iron door with a single rune upon it and a little alcove in the stone. Soft noises whispered through the rock. She could have sworn nails scraped behind one door. When she glanced at Cassian, his face paled. He noticed her stare and patted his left pectoral, right above the thick scar there. Indication of who was imprisoned behind that door, who ran their nails over it. Her blood chilled. Blue anise. Cobalt skin and iron claws, he'd said. Anise savored eating her prey. Nesta swallowed, squeezing Cassian's hand, and they continued downward. Minutes or hours passed. She didn't know. In the gloom, the heavy, whispering air, time had ceased to matter. Nausea roiled through her. Amren had been in this place for thousands of years, thrown in by fools who had feared her in her true form, that being of flame and light who had laid waste to Hybern's army. Nesta couldn't imagine spending a day in this place, a year. She didn't know how Amren hadn't gone mad, how she'd found the strength to survive. She'd treated Amren badly. The small thought wedged into her mind. She had used her, exactly as Amren said, as a shield against everyone. And Amren, who had survived millennia in this awful place, alongside the worst monsters in the land, Amren found her abhorrent. Misery burned like acid. Something pounded through the rock to their left, and Nesta flinched. Cassian squeezed her hand. "Ignore it," he murmured. Down and down into a place worse than hell. And then she spied an alcove burned into her memory, behind her eyelids. And yes, beside it was that iron door with the soul rune on its surface. Here, Nesta jerked her chin toward the bald stone. Through the rock. When Cassian didn't reply, she twisted to him. His focus lay fixed on the iron door. His golden brown skin had gone ashen. His lips mouthed the name of the being behind it. Lanthes. "You're sure?" Cassian swallowed. "You're sure this is the place?" "Yes." Nesta didn't grant them time to reconsider as she outstretched her free hand and stepped up to the stone. Her fingers passed through the rock, as if it didn't exist. Cassian yanked her back, but she pushed forward, and her hand, then her wrist, then her arm vanished. And then they were through. "I had no idea there was anything else in the prison," Cassian breathed as they continued down another hallway. No doors lined it, just smooth stone. "I thought there were only cells." "I told you," she answered. "I saw a chamber here." The light of the siphon atop Cassian's hand revealed an archway and openness. And there it was. Raised symbols carved into the floor cast shadows against the crimson light. The entire round chamber was full of them. And in its center, the golden harp, covered in intricate embossing, set with silver strings. It didn't sing, didn't speak. It might as well have been an ordinary instrument. Which was exactly why Nesta tugged Cassian into a halt beneath the archway, not daring to step onto the carved floor. "We need to be careful." Nesta peered into the vast, empty chamber. "There are wards and spells here." Cassian rubbed his jaw with his free hand. "My magic doesn't skew toward spells. I can blast apart magical shields and wards, but if it's a trap like Fair and Amren faced at the summer court, I can't sense it." Nesta tapped her foot in a swift beat. Rysand's wards on the mask couldn't keep me out. The mask wished for me to come, so it allowed me through. Maybe the harp will do the same. Like calls to like, as you all enjoy saying. I'm not letting you go into that room alone. Not if that thing wants to play. I don't think we have a choice. He squeezed her hand, calluses rubbing against her own. You lead, I'll follow. What if my presence would go unnoticed, but yours sets off a trap? We can't risk that. His throat bobbed. I can't risk you. The words slammed into her heart. You can. You have to. Before he could further object, she said, You are training me to be a warrior, yet you'd keep me from danger? How is that any better than a caged animal? The words must have struck something in him. All right. Cassian unbuckled the great sword he'd carried for her. He looped it around her middle, its weight considerable. She adjusted her balance. We try it your way, and at the first sign of something wrong, we leave. Fine. She swallowed the dryness in her mouth. His eyes glittered, noting her hesitation. Not too late to change your mind. Nesta bristled. I'm not allowing anyone but us to get their hands on the harp. With that, she stepped to the demarcation line between the hall and the chamber. Bracing herself, she pushed a foot forward. It was like stepping through mud. But the wards allowed her through. Nesta took another step, arm extended behind her to hold Cassian's hand. The pressure of the spells pushed against her calves, her hips, her body, squeezing her lungs. These are like no wards I've felt before, she whispered, standing still as she waited for any hint of a triggered trap. They feel old, incredibly old. They probably predate this place being used as a prison. What was it before? No one knows. It's always been here. But this chamber, he surveyed the space beyond her. I didn't know places like this existed here. Maybe, he frowned. Part of me wonders if the prison was either built or stocked with its inmates to hide the harp's presence. There are so many terrible powers here, and the wards on the mountain itself. I wonder if someone hid the harp knowing that. It'd never be noticed with so much awful magic around it. Her mouth had dried again. But who put it here? Your guess is as good as mine. Someone who existed before the High Lords ruled. Rhys told me once that this island might have even been an 8th court. You don't recognize these markings on the ground? Not at all. She loosed a long breath. I don't think any traps were triggered. He nodded. Be quick. Their gazes held, and Nesta turned from the raw worry in his eyes as she pulled her hand from his and entered the chamber. The wards lay heavy against Nesta's skin with each step across the stone floor to the shining harp. It looks newly polished, she observed to Cassian, who watched from the archway. How is that possible? It exists outside the bindings of time, just as the cauldron does. Nesta studied the carvings in the floor. They all seemed to spiral toward one point. I think these are stars, she breathed. Constellations. And like a golden sun, the harp lay at the center of the system. This is the night court, Cassian said drily. But it felt different from night court magic somehow. Nesta paused before the harp, the wards pressing into her skin as she surveyed its golden frame and silver strings. The harp sat atop a large rendering of an 8-pointed star. Its cardinal points stretched longer than the other 4, with the harp situated directly in the heart of the star. The hair on the back of her neck stood. She could have sworn the blood in her body reversed course. She had the creeping feeling she'd been brought here. Not by the cauldron or the mother or the harp, by something vaster, something that stretched into the stars carved all around them. Its cool, light hands guided her wrists as she picked up the harp. Her fingers brushed the icy metal. The harp hummed against her skin, as if it still held its final note from the last time it had been used. Faye screamed, pounding on stone that hadn't been there a moment before, pleading for their children's sakes, begging to be let out, let out, let out. Nesta had the sensation of falling, tumbling through air and stars and time. It was a trap, and our people were too blind to see it. Eons and stars and darkness plunged around her. The Fae clawed at stone, tearing their nails on rock where there had once been a door. But the way back was now forever sealed, and they begged as they tried to pass their children through the solid wall. If only their children could be spared. Light flashed, blinding. When it cleared, she stood in a white-stoned palace. A great hall where 5 thrones graced a dais. The 6th throne in the center was occupied by a pointy-eared crone. A golden, spiked crown rested on her head, blazing like the hate in her black eyes. The Fae crone stiffened, blue velvet robes shifting with the movement. Her eyes, clear despite her wrinkled face, sharpened. Right on Nesta. "You have the harp," the queen said, voice like crinkling paper. And Nesta knew who she stood frozen before, what crown lay on her thin, white hair. Bryalin's gnarled fingers curled on the arms of her throne, and her gaze narrowed. The queen smiled, revealing a mouth of half-rotted teeth. Nesta backed up a step, or tried to. She couldn't move. Bryalin's horrible smile deepened, and she said conversationally, "My spies have told me who your friends are, the half-breed and the broken Illyrian. Such lovely girls." Nesta's blood churned, and she knew her eyes were blazing with her power as she snarled, "You come near them and I'll rip out your throat. I will hunt you down and gut you." Brylin tooted, "Such bonds are foolish as you still holding on to the harp, which sings answers to all my questions. Know where you are, Nesta Arkharan." Darkness erupted. Unmoving, solid darkness, slamming into Nesta as hard as a wall. Screams still echoed. No, that was a male bellowing her name. And she had not slammed into the darkness. She'd collided with the stone, and now lay upon the floor, the harp in her hands. "Nesta!" Red light flared, washing like a bloody tide upon the stones, her face, the ceiling. But Cassian's siphons could not break through the wards. He could not reach her. Nesta clutched the harp to her chest, the last of its reverberations echoing through her. She had to let go. Somehow, in touching the harp while Brylin was wearing the crown, she had opened a pathway between their minds, their eyes. She could see Brylin, and Brylin could see her, could sense where she was. She had to let go. She couldn't do more than twitch her fingertips as invisible. Oppressive weight bore into her, like it'd flatten her into dust upon the ground. Let go. She silently bade it, gritting her teeth, fingers brushing over the nearest string. "Free me, you blasted thing." A beautiful, haughty voice answered, full of music so lovely it broke her heart to hear it. "I do not appreciate your tone." With that, the harp pushed into her harder, and Nesta roared silently. Her nails scraped over the string again. "Let me go. Shall I open a door for you, then? Release that which is caught." "Yes. Damn you, yes. It has been a long while, sister, since I played. I shall need time to remember the right combinations." "Don't play games." Nesta chilled at the word it had used. Sister, like she and this thing were one and the same. The small strings are for games, light movement and leaping, but the longer, the final ones, Such deep wonders and horrors we could strum into being. Such great and monstrous magic I wrought with my last minstrel. Shall I show you? No, just open up these wards. As you wish, pluck the first string, then. Nesta didn't hesitate as her fingertip curled over the first string, grasping and then releasing it. A musical laugh filled her mind, but the weight lifted, vanished. Nesta heaved a breath, shoving upward, and found herself free to move as she wished. The harp lay still in her hands, dormant. The very air seemed lighter, looser, like opening another doorway had shut the one to Brylan. Nesta, Cassian thundered from across the chamber. I'm fine, she called out, shaking off her lingering tremors. But I think someone very wicked used this last. She stared into the darkness above. I think they used it to trap their enemies and their enemies' children into the stone itself. Was that what had been happening to her just now? The harp had been pushing her into the rock, fusing her soul with it? She shivered. Cassian demanded, "Are you hurt? What happened?" She groaned, rising slowly. No, I touched it and it held a memory. A bad one. One she'd never forget. And we need to leave. It showed me Brylan wearing the crown. She saw me here. The words tumbled out as Nesta waded back through the ward-heavy cavern, feeling that center spot, the star at its heart, like a physical presence at her back. Those vast, light hands seemed to pull at her, trying to make her return. But she ignored them, explaining to Cassian what she'd heard from the harp and what she'd seen in the vision with Brylan. Cassian's breathing remained uneven. He didn't relax one muscle until she stepped back into the tunnel hallway, until his hand was again around hers. He didn't even bother to look at the harp or comment on Brylan. He only surveyed her for any sign of harm. It was as intimate as any look he'd ever given her. Even when he was buried deep inside her, moving in her, his gaze had never been so openly raw. She tucked the harp into her side and couldn't stop the hand she lifted to his cheek. I'm fine. He pressed a kiss into the heart of her palm. I don't know why I doubted you. He pulled from her touch. Let's get the hell out of here. Dark promise laced the words, and she knew what they'd be doing as soon as they dumped the harp off to become Rysan's problem. Her cheeks heated, something like pleasure going through her. That he would pick her, that he wanted the reassurance of her body that much. She interlaced her fingers through his, squeezing as tightly as their hands could be pressed together. He squeezed back and tugged her down the passageway, away from the sight of pain and long-forgotten memory. The sword bounced against her thigh, and she said, breaking the silence, I named it Ataraxia. He glanced over his shoulder at her. That sword? What's it mean? It's from the old language. I found it in a book the other day in the library. I liked the sound of it. Ataraxia, he said as though he were trying out the weapon itself. I like it. I'm so glad you approve. It's better than Killer or Silver Majesty, he threw back. His grin was brighter than the glowing siphon atop his left hand. Her pulse raced. Ataraxia, he said again, and Nesta could have sworn the blade hanging from her belt hummed in answer, as if it liked the sound of his voice as much as she did. They neared the end of the tunnel, but Nesta paused him with a tug on his hand. What? He asked, scanning the cavern. But she rose onto her toes and kissed him lightly. He blinked with almost comic shock as she pulled away. What was that for? Nesta shrugged, her cheeks heating. Gwyn and Emery are my friends, she said quietly. She tucked away her horror that Brylan had eyes on them. But, she swallowed, I think you might be too, Cassian. Cassian's silence was palpable, and she cursed herself for laying bare that wish, that realization. Wished she could wipe away the words, the stupidity. "I've always been your friend, Nesta," he said hoarsely. "Always." She couldn't bear to see what was in his eyes. "I know." Cassian brushed his mouth over her temple, and they exited the tunnel at last, entering the main path of the prison, its heavy gloom. Nesta whispered, finally daring to say it, "And I've always—" Cassian threw her behind him so fast the rest of the words died in her throat. "Run!" His heartbeat, his pure terror, filled the air. "Nesta, run!" She whirled toward what he faced, his Illyrian blade gleaming ruby in the light of his siphon, as if a blade could do anything. The door to Lanthes' cell lay open. Chapter 54. Cassian beheld the open door to Lanthes' cell and knew two things. The first and most obvious was that he was about to die. The second was that he would do anything in the world to prevent Nesta from meeting the same fate. The second clarified his mind, cooled and sharpened his fear into another weapon. By the time the voice slithered from the darkness around them, he was ready. "I wondered when you and I would meet again, Lord of Bastards." Cassian had never, not once, forgotten the timbre and iciness of that voice, how it made his very blood bristle with hoarfrost. But Cassian answered, "All these centuries in here, and you haven't invented a more creative name for me?" Lanthes' laugh twined around them like a snake. Cassian gripped Nesta's hand, though his order to run still hung between them. It was too late for running, at least for him. All that remained was buying her enough time to escape. "You thought yourself so clever with the ash mirror," Lanthes' seethed voice echoing from all around them. The light of Cassian's left siphon revealed only red-washed, misty darkness. "Thought you could best me." Another laugh. "I am immortal, boy. A true immortal as you might never hope to be. 2 centuries in here is nothing. Knew I'd only need to bide my time before I found a way to escape." "You found a way?" Cassian drawled to the mist that was Lanthes. "It seems like someone helped you out." He clicked his tongue. He just had to wait until the attack came. Then Nesta could run. She was rigid beside him, utterly frozen. He nudged her with a foot, trying to knock her from her stupor. He needed her primed to run, not rooted to the spot like a deer. "The door opened of my will alone," Lanthes purred. "Liar, someone opened it for you." Lanthes' mist thickened, rumbling with ire. Nesta swallowed audibly, and Cassian knew. When she'd ordered the harp to let her go, the harp had also released Lanthes. "Just open up these wards," she'd instructed it. So it had, the wards on her and the wards nearby on Lanthes' cell. It had said it wanted to play, and here it was, playing with their lives. What if the harp had extended its reach beyond Lanthes' door? If every single cell door here was open, fuck. But Cassian said to the monster he feared above all others, "So you plan to swirl around me like a rain cloud? What of that handsome form I saw in the mirror? Is that what your companion prefers?" Lanthes whispered from too close, far too close. Nesta cringed away. Lanthes inhaled. "What are you?" "A witch," she breathed, "from Orid's dark heart. There is a name I have not heard in a long while." Lanthes' voice sounded mere feet from Nesta. Cassian gritted his teeth. He needed the monster gathered on the other side of her, so the path upward was clear. Had to draw Lanthes over toward him. "But you do not smell of Orid's heaviness. It's despair." An inhale still behind them, blocking the way out. "Your scent," he sighed. "A pity you've marred such a scent with Cassian's stink." I can barely distinguish anything on you besides his essence. That alone, Cassian realized, kept Lanthes from realizing what she was, being interested as the bone carver had been. But it revealed another dangerous truth: where to strike first. "What is it you are obscuring behind you?" Lanthes asked, and Nesta turned, as if tracking him, keeping the harp hidden at her back. Lanthes chuckled, though. "Ah, I see it now. Long have I wondered who would come to claim it. I could hear its music, its final note, like an echo in the stone. I was surprised to find it down here, hidden beneath the prison, after all that time." The mist swirled and Lanthes drawled, "Such exquisite music it makes. What wonder it spins. Everything pays fealty to that harp. Seasons, kingdoms, the order of time and worlds. These are of no consequence to it. And its last string," he laughed, "even death bows to that string." Nesta swallowed again. Cassian squeezed her hand tighter and said casually, "You true immortals are all the same, arrogant. Windbags who love to hear yourselves talk. And you fairies are all blind to your own selves." Lanthes crooned, circling again, and Cassian readied his blade. "Based upon scent alone, I would say that you two are." Cassian released Nesta's hand and lunged forward, spearing his blade into the mist before Lanthes could say one more damning word. Lanthes screamed in rage as Cassian's siphons flared, and Cassian roared, "Run!" before he struck again. Lanthes retreated, and Cassian used the breath to free the siphon from his left hand before chucking it to her, willing it to light. "Go!" he commanded as he tossed the stone to her. Red splashed across her fear-tight face as she caught his siphon, but Cassian was already pivoting to Lanthes. The crunching, fading steps told him Nesta obeyed. Good. Lanthes gathered in the darkness, a cobra readying to strike. Cassian just prayed Nesta made it out of the gates before he died. Nesta ran from the voice that was hate and cruelty and hunger entwined, the voice that robbed her of joy, of warmth, of anything but primal, basic fear. Her thighs protested at the path's steepness, but she sprinted up toward the gates, obeying Cassian's command, the roaring from the warrior and the monster echoing off the stones. Red light flashed behind her. The doors of the prison cells rattled. Beasts screamed behind them, as if realizing one of them had gotten out, wanting out themselves. She clenched the harp in one hand, Cassian's siphon blazing in the other. She had to reach the gates, then make it down the mountain, and then holler for Rhys-en and pray he had some sort of spell to sense his name on the wind. Then he'd have to race back up the mountain, down the path, and Cassian might be dead by the time she reached the gates so high above. He might be dying now. A cold bolt shot through her heart. She had run from him, left him. The harp warmed in her hand, humming. The gold gleamed as if molten. We shall open doors and pathways. We shall move through space and eons together. It had sung during her unintentional scrying. Our music will free us of earthly rules and borders. Open doors. She had opened a door with it to Lanthes' cell. Opened a door through its own power pressing on her. But to move through space. The small strings are for games, light movement and leaping, but the longer, the final ones, such deep wonders and horrors we could strum into being. Nesta counted the strings. 26. She touched the first, the smallest, to free herself from the harp's power. But what did the others do? 26, 26, 26. Gwyn's voice floated from far away, recounting Meryl's earlier research on dimensions. The possibility of 26 dimensions. We shall move through space and eons together, The small strings are for games, light movement, and leaping. Could the harp? Nesta's breath caught in her throat. Could the harp transplant her from one place to another? Not only open a door, but create one she might walk through? Free us of earthly rules and borders. She had to try it. For Cassian. Motion stirred in the gloom above. Rushing steps headed her way. Someone had entered the prison through the gates. Nesta angled Cassian's siphon toward the sound, bracing for whatever monster might come barreling down. Fey males in worn, dirty armor charged toward her. At least 10 Autumn Court soldiers. She knew who'd sent them, winnowing them on Cassian's power. Who controlled them even from across the sea. I know where you are, Nesta Arcaran. And since Reese had lowered the shields around the prison, they'd walked right in. Nesta didn't think. She seized that silver fire within her, let it wreathe her hands. Take me to Cassian, she whispered, and plucked the first silver string of the harp. The world and oncoming soldiers vanished, and she had the sense of being thrown, even as she stood still and she prayed and prayed. Metal flashed, and red light flared, and there was Cassian, bleeding on the ground, siphons blazing, fighting the mist in front of him. There was nowhere to strike a fatal blow. The mist scattered at every thrust of Cassian's sword, and Lanthes shrieked at each one, but Lanthes could not be killed. Only contained, Cassian had said. And the harp could open doorways but not slay people. She ran for Cassian, finger readying on the harp's string to haul them out of there. But Cassian's eyes flared, and he yelled, "Get!" The mist wrapped around his throat and hurled him. Her scream shattered through the tunnel as he hit the rock wall, wings crunching, and fell to the floor. He didn't move. A laugh like a knife scraping over stone filled the tunnel, and then Nesta was thrown, too, slamming into the wall so hard her teeth clacked and her head spun, breath whooshing from her as her fingers splayed on the harp before she hit the floor. But she'd landed near Cassian, and she hurried to turn him over, praying his neck hadn't snapped, that she hadn't doomed him by coming here. Cassian's chest rose and fell, and the mighty, primal thing inside her body breathed a sigh of relief. Short-lived, as Lanthes laughed again. "You shall wish the blow killed him before I'm through with you both," the creature said. "You shall wish you kept running." But Nesta refused to hear another word, not as she knelt over Cassian, the only thing between him and Lanthes. She had been here before, had been in this exact position, his head on her lap, death laughing at them. Then she had curled over him and waited to die. Then she had stopped fighting. She would not fail this time. The mist pressed in, and she could have sworn she felt a hand reach for her. It was enough to set her moving. Drawing her sword in the same movement with which she shot to her feet, Nesta slashed a perfect combination. Lanthes screamed, and it was nothing like what she'd heard before. This was an ear-splitting sound of pure shock and fury. Nesta hefted ataraxia, settling her weight between her feet, making sure her stance was even. Unshakable, the blade began to glow. The mist contorted, shrinking and writhing as if it fought an invisible enemy, and then it became solid, blooming with color. A naked, golden-haired male stood before her. He was of average height, his golden skin sculpted with muscle, his sharp-boned face simmering with hate. Not a repulsive, awful creature, but one of beauty. His black eyes narrowed upon the blade as he hissed, "That is not Narbin." The name meant nothing to her. Nesta lunged, thrusting ataraxia into 8th position. Lanthes leaped back. Cassian groaned, stirring to consciousness as she held the ground in front of her. "Which death god are you?" Lanthes demanded, glancing between the blade and her, the silver fire sizzling in her eyes. Nesta swung Ataraxia again, and Lanthes cringed away, afraid of the blade. That which could not be killed was afraid of her blade. Not her, but Ataraxia, her made weapon. Get in your cell. Nesta advanced a step. Ataraxia pointed before her. Lanthes backed slowly toward his cell. What is that blade? His golden hair swayed down to his waist as he backed away again. Its name is Ataraxia, Nesta spat, and it shall be the last thing you see. Lanthes burst out laughing, the sound like a crow's cawing, hideous compared to his beautiful form. You named a death sword Ataraxia? He howled, and the very mountain shook. It shall slay you whether you like its name or not. Oh, I do not think so, Lanthes seethed. I rode in the wild hunt before you were even a scrap of existence, which from Orid. I summoned the hounds, and the world cowered at their baying. I galloped at the head of the hunt, and Fae and beast bowed before us. Nesta flipped Ataraxia in her hand, a movement she'd taken to doing with the Illyrian blades in idle moments during training. She'd seen Cassian do it often, and found that it dispelled any extra energy. She hadn't realized it was such an effective intimidation technique. Lanthes shrank back. She prayed the autumn court soldiers coming down the path any moment would hesitate before the blade, too. Knew they wouldn't, not with Bryolin and the crown controlling them. Which death god are you? Lanthes asked again. Who are you beneath that flesh? I am nobody, she snapped. Whose fire burns silver in your gaze? You know whose fire, she stalled. But it struck true somehow. Lanthes' skin drained of color. It is not possible. He looked to the harp beside a stirring Cassian, and his eyes widened again. We heard about you down here. You are the one the sea and the wind and the earth whispered of. He shuddered. Nesta, he grinned, showing teeth slightly too long. You took from the cauldron itself. Lanthes halted his retreat and extended a broad, graceful hand. You do not even know what you could do. Come, I shall show you. He smiled again with those two long teeth, turning his face from beauty to horror with a quirk of his lips. Come with me, Queen of Queens, and we shall return what was once lost. The words were a lullaby, a honeyed promise. We shall rebuild to what we were before the golden legions of the Fae cast off their chains and overthrew us. We shall resurrect the wild hunt and ride rampant through the night. We shall build palaces of ice and flame, palaces of darkness and starlight. Magic shall flow untethered again. Nesta could see the portrait Lanthes wove into the air around them. She saw herself on a black throne, a matching crown in her unbound hair. Enormous onyx beasts, scaled, like those she'd seen on the hewn city's pillars, lay at the foot of the dais. Ataraxia leaned against her throne, and on her other side, Lanthes sat there, his hand laced through hers. Their kingdom was endless, their palace built of pure magic that lived and thrived around them. The harp sat behind them on an altar, the mask, too, but the golden crown wasn't there. It rested atop Lanthes' head. And that was the snarled thread that pulled her out, the naked gleam of his greed. He'd seen the harp, known she was after the trove, and revealed what he'd do with it. The crown he'd claim for himself. It would have no influence over her, but their rule would be one of coercion, enslavement. A fourth object lay on the altar, veiled in shadow, but she couldn't make out more than a gleam of age-worn bone. The vision shifted, and they writhed on a great black bed, the golden skin of Lanthes' back shining as he moved inside her. Such pleasure. She had never known such pleasure with anyone. Only he could fuck her like this, driving so deep, her body warm and supple and wet for him, and soon his seed would take root in her womb and the child she would bear him would rule entire universes. Another snarled thread that led outward, past the illusion. Her body was not his to touch, to fill with life, and she had known pleasure richer than what he'd shown her. Nesta blinked, and it was gone. Lanthes growled. He now stood only as far away as her reach. Ataraxia's reach. I can take care of that problem, he snarled toward Cassian, and you will forget those ties soon enough. She hefted Ataraxia higher. Go back into your cell and shut the door. I shall just escape again. Lanthes chuckled. And when I do, I will find you, Nesta Arkheron, and you shall be my queen. No, I don't think I will. Nesta let her power ripple down the blade. Ataraxia sang, blazing like the moon. Lanthes paled. What are you doing? Finishing the job. And his eyes were so fixed upon the glowing blade that he didn't spare a sideways glance to Cassian. Did not see the dagger drawn. The one Cassian threw with impeccable aim. It embedded to the hilt in Lanthes's chest. Lanthes screamed, arching, and Nesta leaped. She sliced a 2-3 combination, slashing straight across, letting the power of her breath, her legs, and her core carry the blade through. Ataraxia sang the heart song of the wind as it whipped through the air. Lanthes's head and corpse fell in different directions, thumping upon the stones. Strange black blood spurted from his form, and then Cassian was there, groaning as he wrapped a hand around hers again. The harp, he panted, his face the portrait of pain. Blood leaked down his temple. Pick it up and let's go. We have to get out of here. Can you even stand? He swayed on his feet. He wouldn't make it 3 steps. Yes, he grunted. To get her out of here, she knew he'd try, just as she knew that Lanthes was dead. Had it been the sword or her power? Since she'd made the sword, she supposed it technically counted as her power, but what could not be killed had been slain. Somehow, a small part of her delighted in it, even as the rest of her trembled. Now the scrape and thud of footsteps rushed toward them. Autumn Court soldiers, she breathed, pointing to the dark path upward. More of them. Brylan sent them to get the harp. More. Screaming began throughout the mountain. Petrified, pleading screaming, fists pounding. Not on the rock or the doors that held them, but on the opposite walls of their cells, as if they were begging the prison to spare them from her and that sword. Lanthes had fallen, and the occupants of the prison had felt it. Even the footsteps of the Autumn Court soldiers seemed to slow at the sound. Nesta smiled darkly and picked up the harp. We're not running out of here, and we leave the Autumn Court soldiers untouched, if only to prove Eris wrong. But Cassian's wounds, yes, they needed to leave, quickly. Hold on to me, she commanded and whispered. The front lawn of Fair's house along the Sidra River in Valaris. Cassian barked a warning, but she plucked 3 strings this time. Only pulling one had carried her down here, so she supposed that 2 would take them perhaps a bit farther than that, and Valaris, well, it seemed like it'd take 3 strings. She didn't want to know where all 26 strings might take her if strummed, or if someone made a melody. The world vanished. Again she had the sensation of falling while standing still, and then sun and grass and a crisp autumn breeze. A massive, lovely estate behind them, the river before them, and not a trace of the prison or Lanthes. Nesta let go of Cassian as Reese and burst out of the house's glass doors. He gaped at his friend, and when Nesta beheld Cassian in the daylight, Blood trickled from his hair down his cheek. His lip was split. His arm hung at an odd angle. That was all Nesta saw before Cassian collapsed to the grass. Chapter 55. It's a small cut. Stop fussing. Your skull was cracked, and your arm was broken. You're grounded for a few days. You can't be serious. Oh, I most certainly am. Nesta might have smiled at Cassian and Rhysand's standoff had she not agreed with the High Lord. Fair stood beside her mate, concern tightening her features. Ataraxia still weighed heavy in Nesta's hand, the harp in the other. Her sister's eyes slid to her. Nesta swallowed, holding Fair's gaze. She prayed that her sister could read the silent words on her face. I am sorry for what I said to you in Amren's apartment. I am truly sorry. Fair's eyes softened, and then, to Nesta's shock, Fair answered into her mind, "Don't worry about it." Nesta steeled herself, shaking off her surprise. She'd forgotten that her sister was, what was the word? Damati, able to mind speak as Rhys could. Nesta said, heart thundering, "I spoke in anger, and I'm sorry." Fair's pause was considerable. Then she said, the words like the first rays of dawn, "I forgive you." Nesta tried not to sag. She intended to ask about the baby, but Rhys turned to her and said, "Put the harp on the desk, Nesta." Nesta did, careful not to touch any of the 26 silver strings. "It allowed you to winnow within and outside of the prison," Fair said, peering at the harp. "I suppose because it is made and exists beyond the rules of ordinary magic?" She glanced to Rhys, who shrugged. Fair's mouth pursed. "If any of our enemies got their hands on this, they'd use it against us in a heartbeat. No wards around this house, the House of Wind, around any of our caches and hiding places would be safe. Not to mention that the harp seems to have a will of its own, a desire to stir up trouble. We can't plant it back in the prison, not now that it's been awakened." Rhys rubbed his jaw. "So we lock it up with the mask, warded and spelled so it can't act out again." "I'd keep them separate," Fair advised. "Remember what happened when the halves of the book were near each other? And why make it easier for an enemy to get both of them?" "Good point," Cassian said, wincing as if the words made his skull ache. Maja had healed the hairline fracture just above his temple, but he'd be in pain for a few days, and his broken arm was healed, but still delicate enough to require care. The sight of all the bandages was enough to make Nesta wish she could kill Lanthes again. Rhys drummed his fingers on the desk, surveying the harp. Then he asked Nesta, "Beyond seeing Brylan, you said you also saw something when you first touched the harp." Nesta had briefly explained it when they'd arrived. "I think whoever used it last did something horrible with it. Maybe trapped the people who once lived on the prison's island in the walls, somehow. Is that possible?" Doubt shone in Rhys's eyes. Nesta asked, "What is the Wild Hunt?" She'd also told him of their encounter with Lanthes and the presence of the Autumn Court soldiers. Cassian had convinced Rhys not to engage with them, at least until they could deal with Brylan. When Rhys had raised his shield around the prison once more, they'd already vanished. Rhys blew out a breath, leaning back in his chair. "Honestly, I thought it mere myth. That Lanthes remembers such a thing. Well, there's always room for lying, I suppose, but on the off chance he was telling the truth, that'd make him more than 15,000 years old." Fair asked, "So what is it, then?" Rhys lifted a hand, and a book of legends from a shelf behind him floated to his fingers. He laid it upon the desk. He flipped it open to a page, revealing an image of a group of tall, strange-looking beings with crowns atop their heads. The Fae were not the first masters of this world. According to our oldest legends, most now forgotten, we were created by beings who were near gods and monsters. The Daglin. They ruled for millennia and enslaved us and the humans. They were petty and cruel and drank the magic of the land like wine. Rhys's eyes flicked to Ataraxia, then to Cassian. Some strains of the mythology claim that one of the Fae heroes who rose up to overthrow them was Finn, who was given the great sword Gwydion by the high priestess Olenna, who had dipped it into the cauldron itself. Finn and Gwydion overthrew the Daglin. A millennium of peace followed, and the lands were divided into rough territories that were the precursors to the courts. But at the end of those 1,000 years, they were at each other's throats on the brink of war. His face tightened. Finn unified them and set himself above them as High King, the first and only High King this land has ever had. Nesta could have sworn the last words were spoken with a sharp look toward Cassian, but Cassian only winked at Rhys. "What happened to the High King?" Fair asked. Rhys ran a hand over a page of the book. Finn was betrayed by his queen, who had been leader of her own territory, and by his dearest friend, who was his general. They killed him, taking some of his bloodline's most powerful and precious weapons. And then out of the chaos that followed, the 7 High Lords rose, and the courts have been in place ever since. Fair asked, "Does Amren remember this?" Rhys shook his head. "Only vaguely now. From what I've gleaned, she arrived during those years before Finn and Gwydion rose, and went into the prison during the Age of Legends, the time when this land was full of heroic figures who were keen to hunt down the last members of their former master's race. They feared Amren, believing her one of their enemies, and threw her into the prison. When she emerged again, she'd missed Finn's fall and the loss of Gwydion, and found the High Lords ruling. Nesta considered all Lanthes had said. "And what is Narbon?" Lanthes asked about it. "He said my sword isn't Narbon." He sounded surprised. Rhys studied her blade. "Narbon is a death sword. It's lost, possibly destroyed, but stories say it can slay even monsters like Lanthes." "So can Nesta's sword, apparently," Fair said, studying the blade as well. "Beheading him with it killed him," Rhys mused. "A slice from it seemed to bind him into a physical form," Nesta corrected. "Cassian's dagger struck true only after Lanthes had been forced to give up his mist." "Interesting," Rhys murmured. Cassian said, "You still haven't explained the Wild Hunt." Rhys turned a few pages in the book to an illustration of a host of riders on horses and all manner of beasts. The Daglin delighted in terrorizing the Fae and humans under their control. The Wild Hunt was a way to keep all of us in line. They'd gather a host of their fiercest, most merciless warriors and grant them free rein to kill as they pleased. The Daglin possessed mighty, monstrous beasts, hounds they called them, though they didn't look like the hounds we know, that they used to run prey to ground before they tortured and killed them. It's a terrible history, and much of it might be elaborated myths. "The hounds looked like the beasts in the hewn city," Nesta said quietly. They all looked at her. She admitted, "Lanthes showed me a vision of what he and I might be. Together, we ruled in a palace, king and queen with the trove, and at our feet sat those hounds. They looked like the scaled beasts carved into the hewn city's pillars." Even Rhys had no answer to that. Cassian's jaw tightened. "So even while he tried to kill you, he was trying to seduce you?" Nesta's stomach churned, but she refrained from mentioning how graphic that vision had been. There was a fourth object in the vision, but it was in shadow. Was there ever a fourth part of the trove? All I could make out was a bit of ancient bone. Rhys ran a hand through his dark hair. "As far as history has confirmed, there are only 3 objects in the trove." Fair asked, What if it's protected by a spell, like the one to shield all thought of the trove, to keep people from ever knowing about the fourth object? Rhys's eyes shadowed. Then the mother spare us, because even Amryn only vaguely remembers a rumor of it. The words hung there. Nesta asked, "So, now I go after the crown?" "No," Cassian said, his pain-hazed eyes sharpening. Fair nodded in agreement. "Brylan knows we have the other two items. She sent those soldiers to get the harp." Cassian growled. "I thought Eris was being an asshole, but when I told him about the 24 soldiers in Orid, he said there had been more in the unit that disappeared." He rubbed his jaw. "I should have listened, should have looked into it." Brylan had another dozen waiting to attack. Self-loathing filled his face, and Nesta suppressed the urge to reach for his hand. Fair countered, "Eris spews enough bullshit on a good day that anyone might miss an offhand comment like that, Cass. At least we can now tell Eris where the rest of his soldiers are." Nesta could have hugged her sister for the relief that bowed Cassian's shoulders upon hearing her words. For all his arrogance, the opinions of his friends, his family, mattered deeply. None of them would ever chide him for failure, but he'd punish himself for it. Nesta brushed her fingers against Cassian's in silent understanding. His own curled against hers, meeting her stare as if to say, "See, we're the same after all." Fair went on. "If Brylan wants the mask and the harp badly enough that she acted so swiftly today, she'll keep coming to us, and we'll be waiting for her." A fierce light entered her eyes. Rhys frowned. "Even with just the crown, though, Brylan can do a great deal of damage. For all we know, Baron is under her control, as enthralled to her as Eris's soldiers are. We need to put an end to her and retrieve the crown before war truly erupts." "It's too risky," Fair countered. "We pursued the Cauldron Inn, Highburn, and it went badly. Then we learn from our mistakes," Rhys challenged. "She'll have set a trap," Fair said. "We don't go after it." Silence fell before Rhys and said, "Then we need to secure wartime alliances again, and fast, and do some damage control on the ones we already have that might be strained." Cassian arched a brow, worry shining in his eyes. "You sound as if you have an idea." "Eris is coming to the winter solstice celebration at the Hewn City," Rhys said. It was fast approaching, Nesta realized. "He's shaken by Tamlin catching you two meeting with him, and wondering if we'll balk from the alliance now that there's the slim chance Tamlin might reveal it, or decide to sell him out first. We need to remind Eris of our continued commitment, and that he is important to us, that we have his back." Cassian snarled with disgust. Fair echoed the expression. "So buy him a present," Fair said, waving a hand, "and tell him we all send our love." "He'll want more than that," Rhys said, mouth twitching, and his eyes fell upon Nesta. Cassian straightened before Rhys could even speak. "You're not going to use her?" Fair glanced between them, and after a second, as if her mate had spoken into her mind, she demanded, "Really, Rhys?" Rhys leaned back, and Nesta frowned, the only one of them apparently not aware of what this meant. Rhys said to her, "You don't have to do anything you don't wish to, but Ellen mentioned that you have particular skill on the dance floor. Skill that once won you the hand of a duke in a single waltz." She'd forgotten that night, the blur of jewels and silks and that duke's handsome face. All she'd felt then was wild, savage triumph. "Over my dead fucking body?" Cassian exploded. Nesta asked, "You want me to dance with Eris?" Her heart began to pound, not entirely with fear. "I want you to seduce him," Rhys said. "Not into bed, but to make him realize what he might attain once he understands that we have no plans to break this alliance. To weigh the benefits more strongly than the risks. Nesta crossed her arms, ignoring Cassian's pointed glare, silently demanding that she dismiss this notion entirely. You really think my dancing with Eris will solidify his loyalty? I think Eris is our ally, and will expect to dance with the lady of this court at the ball no matter what. I won't let Fair within 5 feet of him. More might kill him, and Amryn is more likely to scare him off than win him over, so you and Ellen are the only options. Ellen doesn't go near him, Fair said. And you won't let me near him? Rhys threw her a charming smile. You know what I mean. Fair rolled her eyes. You're becoming insufferable. She turned to Nesta. Eris isn't. He's not good. He's not like Baron, but I know what he did to Morrigan, Nesta said. Or rather, what he didn't do. Help her. When her family had brutalized her and dumped her over the Autumn Court border as punishment for ruining their marriage alliance. Eris had found her, and then merely walked away. I dealt with him the other day. I know what I'd be getting into with him. More, Rhys went on, can teach you the dances. She had to learn all of them, and since she still presides over the court of nightmares, she's the best one to instruct you. Nesta hasn't agreed to anything, Cassian snapped. Even one dance with that prick is too much. I'll do it, Nesta cut in, if only to spite him for being so territorial. She glanced to the sword still in her hand. I just killed an immortal being. Eris is nothing. And if it will make him remember why he wants to be allied with us, make him think he might attain me if he holds up his end, then fine. He's already our ally, Cassian countered. One dance is really going to secure his continued cooperation? We need to show Eris that we respect and trust him, Fair conceded with a defeated sigh. Even if we don't, and letting him dance with one of our family is proof of that, at least for someone from the Autumn Court. If he winds up eating out of Nesta's hand, fantastic. If it just makes him remember that we're on his side, good. But these bonds have to be maintained. I don't like it, Cassian growled. You don't have to like it, Fair said, head lifting, full of that high lady's authority. You just have to watch from the sidelines and not look like you want to rip his head off. Nesta cut in. Tell Morrigan I'll meet with her for dancing lessons whenever she's available. Fair and Cassian, still bristling at each other, silently turned toward her. Nesta approached the desk, laying Ataraxia there. Here, she said to Rhys, you can take it back. Rhys said nothing, but Fair's brows rose. Why don't you keep it? Cassian's curious stare seared her like a brand, but Nesta only said, I have no interest in more death. Nesta inhaled through her nose for a count of 6, held her breath for a few seconds, then exhaled through her mouth for another 6 beats. In the quiet of her bedroom that night, settled in the chair, she focused on her breath, nothing more. Any thoughts that came in, she acknowledged and let pass, even if some kept returning. She didn't care where they hid the harp. If they needed her blood to ward it as they had for the mask, they'd let her know. But the thought of what came next, breathe, count. Nesta inhaled again, attention fixing on her expanding ribs, the feeling of the breath in her body. Even weeks into it, some days mind-stilling exercises were harder than others. But she kept at it, 10 minutes in the morning and 10 minutes at night. Nesta exhaled, counting, kept going. That was all she supposed she could do. Just keep going. One day, one breath at a time. She let that thought go too. Breathed, and then stopped the counting altogether. Let her mind wander. But her mind did not shoot in every direction. It remained calm, resting, content right where it was. War had left the cottage untouched, but the harsh winters since Nesta had last seen it had not been so kind. Azriel had winnowed her and Cassian here after training, but hadn't lingered. Apparently, Gwyn wanted him to go over dagger handling, so he'd left them with a promise to return in an hour. Nesta had no idea if an hour would be too much or too little. Had no idea why she'd asked Cassian to come here with her. Really, but she'd gotten it into her head that she needed to visit, to see this place. The midday autumn sun made the disrepair all the more stark. The thatched roof that had molded or bald in spots, the overgrown weeds already turning brown before the winter, rising up to the small windows in the stone walls. Nesta's throat tightened, but she forced herself to walk toward the entry. Cassian remained silent behind her, footsteps so quiet he could have been the brisk wind through the too tall grasses. His head and arm had been fully healed by this morning, 2 days after Nesta had agreed to bewitch Eris. Cassian had even exercised alongside her earlier, though at a slower pace than usual, like he was indeed heeding Rhys and Maj's warning to go easy. That he'd gone through the exercises without grimacing had caused some intrinsic part of her to sigh with relief and dare ask him to join her today. She'd never have invited him along if he'd still been injured. Not that there was much of an enemy here to pose a threat. No humans wandered the leaf-strewn road beyond the cottage. Only a few birds chirped a half-hearted melody from the almost barren trees. Muted, drab, and empty. That was how this land felt, even with autumn upon it. As if even the sun couldn't be bothered to shine properly here. Nesta's heart thundered as she laid a hand against the cold wooden door. Claw marks still gouged it. Tamlin's handiwork, I take it? Cassian asked behind her. Nesta shrugged, unable to find the words. She and Ellen had rehung the door after Tamlin had broken it. Their father, his leg wrecked beyond repair and unable to bear weight, had watched them, offering unhelpful advice. Her fingers curled into a fist and she shouldered the door open. Its rusted hinges objected, creaking, and a dusty, half-rotten scent swarmed her nose. Her cheeks heated. For Cassian to be here, to see this. Just a brute, remember? He stepped to her side. I've lived in far worse. At least you had walls and a roof. Nesta hadn't realized how much she needed to hear those words, and her shoulders loosened as she stepped into the cottage proper. In the chill dimness, broken only by rays of sunlight, she frowned at the ceiling. This house used to have a roof. The damage had let in all manner of creatures and weather. The former had made themselves comfortable, judging by the nests and various scattered droppings. Nesta's mouth turned dry. This horrible, awful, dark place. She couldn't stop her shaking. Cassian laid a hand on her shoulder. Walk me through it. She couldn't find the words. He pointed to a long work table. One leg had collapsed, and the whole thing lay at a slant. You ate here. She nodded. They'd eaten here, some meals in silence, some with her and Ellen trying to fill the quiet with their idle chatter, some with her and Fair at each other's throats, like those last meals they'd had with her in this house. Nesta's stare drifted to the paint flaking off the walls, the intricate little designs. Cassian followed her stare. Did Fair paint that? Nesta swallowed and managed to get out. She painted every chance she got. Any extra coin she managed to save went toward paints. Have you ever seen what she's done to the cabin up in the mountains? No, she'd never been there. Fair painted the whole thing, just like this. She told me once that there's a dresser here. Nesta aimed for the bedroom. This one. Cassian followed her, and gods, it was so cramped and dark and smelly. The bed was still covered with its stained linens. The three of them had slept here for years. Cassian ran a hand over the painted dresser, marveling. She really did paint stars for herself before she knew Reese was her mate, before she knew he existed. His fingers traced the twining vines of flowers on the second drawer. Ellen's drawer. They drifted lower, curling over a lick of flame. And yours. Nesta managed a grunt of confirmation, her chest tight to the point of pain. There in the corner sat a pair of worn, half-rotted shoes. Her shoes. One of them was bursting at the toe's seam. She'd worn those shoes in public, could still remember mud and stones creeping in. Her heart thundered, and she walked out of the room, back into the main space. She didn't mean to, but she looked toward the dark fireplace, toward the mantel. Her father's wood figurines lay atop it, thickly coated with dust and cobwebs. Some had been knocked over, presumably by whatever creatures now lived here. That familiar roaring filled her ears, and Nesta's steps thudded too loudly on the dusty floorboards as she approached the fireplace. A carving of a rearing bear, no bigger than her fist, sat in the center. Nesta's fingers shook as she picked it up and blew off the dust. "He had some skill," Cassian said quietly. "Not enough," Nesta said, setting the bear back onto the stone mantel. She was going to vomit. No, she could master this, master herself, and face what lay before her. She inhaled through her nose, exhaled through her mouth, counted the breaths. Cassian stood beside her through all of it, not speaking, not touching, just there should she need him. Her friend, whom she'd asked to come here with her not because he was sharing her bed, but because she wanted him here, his steadiness and kindness and understanding. She plucked another figurine from the mantel, a rose carved from a dark sort of wood. She held it in her palm, its solid weight surprising, and traced a finger over one of the petals. He made this one for Ellen, since it was winter and she missed the flowers. Did he ever make any for you? He knew better than to do that. She inhaled a shuddering breath, held it, released it, let her mind calm. I think he would have, if I'd given him the smallest bit of encouragement, but I never did. I was too angry. You'd had your life overturned. You were allowed to be angry. That's not what you told me the first time we met. She pivoted to find him arching a brow. You told me I was a piece of shit for letting my younger sister go into the woods to hunt while I did nothing. I didn't say it like that. The message was the same. She squared her shoulders, turning to the small, broken cot in the shadows beyond the fireplace. And you were right. He didn't reply as she strode to the cot. My father slept here for years, letting us have the bedroom. That bed in there. I was born in that bed. My mother died in that bed. I hate that bed. She ran a hand over the cracking wood of the cot's frame. Splinters snagged at her fingertips. But I hate this cot even more. He'd drag it in front of the fire every night and curl up there, huddling under the blankets. I always thought he looked so weak, like a cowering animal. It enraged me. Does it enrage you now? A casual but careful question. Her throat worked. I thought him sleeping here was a fitting punishment while we got the bed. It never occurred to me that he wanted us to have the bed, to keep warm and be as comfortable as we could. That we'd only been able to take a few items of furniture from our former home, and he'd chosen that bed as one of them, for our comfort, so we didn't have to sleep on cots or on the floor. She rubbed at her chest. I wouldn't even let him sleep in the bed when the debtors shattered his leg. I was so lost in my grief and rage and and sorrow that I wanted him to feel a fraction of what I did. Her stomach churned. He squeezed her shoulder, but said nothing. He had to have known that, she said hoarsely. He had to have known how awful I was, and yet, he never yelled. That enraged me too. And then he named a ship after me, sailed it into battle. I don't understand why. You were his daughter. And that's an explanation? She scanned his face, the sadness etched there. Sadness for her, for the ache in her chest and the stinging in her eyes. Love is complicated. She dropped his stare at that. She was a coward for avoiding his gaze, but she lifted her chin. I never once considered what it was like for him to go from this man who had made his own fortune, become known as the Prince of Merchants, and then lose everything. I don't think losing my mother broke him the same way as losing his fleet. He'd been so sure the venture would gain him even more wealth, an obscene amount of wealth. People told him he was mad, but he refused to listen. When they were proved right, I think that humiliation broke him as much as the financial loss. She studied the calluses already building across her fingers and palms. The debtors seemed gleeful when they came here, like they'd resented him all this time and were more than happy to take it out on his leg. I spent the entire time more terrified for what they'd do to me and Ellen. Fair, she tried to get them to stop. Stayed here with him while we hid in the bedroom. She made herself meet Cassian's gaze again. I didn't just fail fair by letting her go into the woods. There were plenty of other times. Have you ever told her this? Nesta snorted. No, I don't know how. He studied her, and she resisted the urge to squirm under the scrutiny. You'll learn how, when you're ready. How very wise of you. Cassian sketched a bow. Despite this house, the history all around her, Nesta smiled. She pocketed the carved rose. I've seen enough. He arched a brow. Really? She clenched the wooden rose in her pocket. I think I just needed to see this place, one last time, to know we got out, that there's nothing left here except dust and bad memories. He slid an arm around her waist as they walked for the door, again surveying all the little paintings Fair had squeezed into the cottage. AZ won't be back for a little while. Let's go flying. What about the humans? They'd run screaming in terror. Cassian gave her a wicked smile, opening that half-broken door for her, leading her into the sunlight and clean air. It'll add a little spice to their days. Chapter 56. A month passed, and winter crept upon Valaris like hoarfrost over a window pane. Morning training became a chilled affair, their breath clouding the frosted air as they worked with swords and knives, the metal so cold it bit into their palms. Even their shields sometimes became crusted with frost. Valkyries learned to fight in all kinds of weather, Gwyn told them, especially the cold. So when snow fell occasionally, Nesta and the others trained too. Nesta had to switch into another size of leathers, and when she looked in the mirror each morning to braid her hair, the face that stared back had lost its gauntness, the shadows beneath the eyes. Even with Cassian fucking her on every surface of the house, sometimes until the early hours of the morning, the exhaustion, the purple bruises under her eyes, had vanished. She told herself it didn't matter that he never stayed in her bed afterward to hold her. She wondered when he'd grow tired of her. Surely he'd get bored and move on, even if he feasted on her each night as if he were starving. Gripped her thighs in his powerful hands and licked and suckled at her until she writhed. Sometimes she straddled his face, hands clenching the headboard, and rode his tongue until she came on it. Sometimes it was her tongue on him, around him, and she swallowed down every drop he spilled into her mouth. Sometimes he spilled on her chest, her stomach, her back, and she came at the first splash of him on her skin. She couldn't imagine tiring of him. Having him over and over only made her need grow. She'd been practicing dances with Morgan in the house study twice a week, the two of them barely swapping more than a few words as Nesta learned waltz after waltz, some particular to the hewn city, others to the autumn court, others to the Fae in general. Rhys had given them the Veritas orb so Morgan might share with Nesta her memories of the dances and the music that accompanied them. Nesta had watched the steps, the balls and parties that were sometimes full of light and others that had darkness and sorrow around the edges. Morgan had offered no explanation beyond comments about a dancer's technique. The music, though, it was brilliant, so full of life and motion that she always found herself wishing she had another hour or two of lessons just to hear it again and again and again. No one ever showed up to watch them, not even Cassian. If Morgan reported on their progress, she never let on. Now, with winter solstice 3 days away, Morgan was wrapping up her lesson as snow drifted past the wall of windows. She asked Nesta suddenly, "What are you wearing to the ball, anyway?" Nesta, leaning against the work table to catch her breath and listening to the strains of the violin through the Veritas orb's shimmering mirage, shrugged. "One of my dresses." "Oh no." Sweat beaded on Morgan's brow, and her braided golden hair curled slightly with the moisture. "Eris." She searched for the words. "He's all about appearances. You have to wear the right thing." Nesta considered what Morgan usually wore and frowned. "I can't wear something that revealing." Both Morgan and Fair opted for less is more when it came to their hewn city attire. Nesta had no issues with nudity before her bedroom partners, but in public, the human had not been ripped from her entirely. "I'll look around." Morgan pushed off the windowsill. "See what we have." "Thank you, Morgan." It was the first normal conversation they'd had. The first time Nesta had even uttered those words to Morgan, ever said her name. Morgan blinked, realizing it too. "It's just more, you know. Amryn is the only person in this court who calls me Morgan, and that's because she's a cranky old bastard." Nesta's lips twitched upward. "Very well, then," she added, trying it out. "More." The clock chimed one, and Nesta began walking out the door, leaving the orb and its soaring music where it lay on the desk. "I need to head to the library." She was already going to be late, but the music had been so enthralling she hadn't wanted to stop. "So do I actually," Morgan, Moore said, and they fell into step in the hall. "The work I'm doing for Rhys and Fair in Valahan requires some research, and Clotho has been looking into it for me." "Ah!" Stilted silence fell as they strode down the stairs, then into another hall. The towering doors to the library appeared before Nesta asked, "Does it bother you that I'll be dancing with Eris?" Moore considered. "No, because I know you're going to make him crawl before the end of it." It wasn't a compliment. Not really. They found Clotho at her usual desk. She rose, greeting Moore with an embrace that left Nesta speechless. "My old friend," Moore said, her face lit with warmth. The face she showed everyone in this court except for Nesta, and those in the hewn city. Shame tightened Nesta's gut, but she said nothing as Clotho's enchanted pen and paper wrote, "You look well, Moore." "Eh?" Moore lifted a shoulder. "Nesta's been running me ragged with dancing lessons, but I've been fine. I found the books you requested." Clotho placed a crooked hand atop a pile of books on her desk. Nesta took that as her cue to leave and nodded to the females as they fell into a discussion about the material. Gwyn was waiting a level below, watching them with Emery in the stacks behind her. "What are you doing here?" Nesta asked Emery. She'd still been in the training ring when Nesta had hurried off to her dancing lesson. But that had been hours ago. "I wanted to see where you two work," Emery said, eyes upon Clotho and Moore a level above. She sighed, nodding toward Moore. "I always forget how beautiful she is. She never comes to Windhaven these days." Nesta could have sworn pink stole over Emery's brown cheeks. Indeed, in the library's deep gloom, Moore shone like a ray of sunshine. Even the darkness at its bottom seemed to slither away. "I was showing Emery the wonders of Meryl's office while she's off at a meeting," Gwyn said. "I've got to go work, but I thought you could bring her around while you shelve." Gwyn threw her a wry glance. "And dance." Nesta rolled her eyes. She might have been caught practicing her waltzes in the stacks once or twice, or 10 times. Nesta nodded to Emery, drawing the female's gaze away from Moore's animated hand gestures. "Come on." But Gwyn said, "Actually, before you two go, I wanted to give you something, since it's probably the last time we'll see each other until winter solstice is over." Nesta and Emery swapped confused looks. The latter asked, "You got us presents?" Gwyn only said, "I'll meet you down at your cart." With that, she dashed into the gloom. Emery and Nesta aimed for level 5, where Nesta had left her cart. It had been replenished with books needing to be shelved. She explained what she did, but Emery seemed to be half listening. Her face had gone pale. "What?" Nesta asked. Emery's brows bunched. I must not have drunk enough water during training." They tried out 2 new Valkyrie techniques that Gwyn had found the night before, and both had been particularly brutal, ordering them to use shields as springboards for launching a fellow Valkyrie into the skies, and to do their abdominal curls bearing the weights of those shields. No one had managed to cut the ribbon, though Emery had nicked an edge 2 days ago. "What's wrong?" Nesta pressed. Emery's eyes turned bleak. I swear, I can hear my father yelling down here." Her hands trembled as she lifted one to brush a strand of hair behind an ear. "I can hear him screaming at me, can hear the furniture breaking." Nesta's blood went cold. She whipped her head to the downward slope to their right. No darkness lurked there, but they were low enough. "This place is ancient and strange," she said, even as she processed what Emery had admitted. She had never spoken of her father beyond the wing clipping. But Nesta had gathered enough. The man had been a beast like Tomas Mandre's father. "Let's go up a level, where the darkness doesn't whisper so loudly. I'm sure Gwyn will find us easily enough." She linked her arm with Emery's, pressing her body close, letting some of her warmth leak into her friend. Emery nodded, though she remained wan. Nesta wondered if Emery heard her father's bellowing every step of the way. Gwyn did find them, the priestess panting and flushed as she handed out 2 rectangular parcels, each roughly the size of a large, thin book. "One for each of you." Nesta opened the brown paper and beheld a stack of pages filled with writing. At the top of the first page, it merely said, Chapter 21. She read the first few lines beneath it, then nearly dropped the pages. This is about us." Gwyn beamed. "I convinced Meryl to add us into the penultimate chapter. She even let me write it with her own annotations, of course. But it's about the rebirth of the Valkyries, about what we're doing." Nesta had no words. Emery's hands were once more shaking as she leafed through the pages. "You had this much to say about us?" Emery said, choking on a laugh. Gwyn rubbed her hands together. "With more to come." Nesta read a line at random on the 5th page. "Whether the sun beat hot on their brows or freezing rain turned their bones to ice, Nesta, Emery, and Gwyneth arrived at practice each morning, ready to..." The back of her throat ached. Her eyes stung. We're in a book. Gwyn's fingers slid into hers, squeezing tight. Nesta looked up to find her holding Emery's free hand as well. Gwyn smiled again, her eyes bright. Our stories are worth telling. Nesta was still reeling from the generosity of Gwyn's gift that evening when she found a note from Cassian, telling her he needed to stay overnight in one of the Illyrian outposts to deal with some petty squabble between warbands. With the blood right mere months away, he'd said, tensions were always high, but this year seemed particularly bad. New feuds popping up every few days, old grudges resurfacing. Nesta, despite the note's contents, had smiled to herself, picturing Cassian's take-no-bullshit face as he laid down the law. But her amusement had soon faded, and though she tried mind, stilling twice after dinner, she couldn't get herself to settle. Kept thinking of Gwyn's gift, of Emery's terrified face as she sensed whatever was in the darkness. Sitting at her desk, staring at nothing, Nesta cupped her forehead in her palm. A mug of hot chocolate appeared beside her, along with a handful of shortbread. Nesta chuckled. "Thank you." She sipped from her drink, nearly sighing at the richness of the cocoa. "I'd like to try a fire," she said quietly. "A small one." Instantly, the house had a tiny blaze going in the fireplace. A log popped, and Nesta straightened, stomach twisting. It was a fire, not her father's neck. Her gaze shifted to the carved wooden rose she'd placed upon the mantel, half hidden in the shadows beside a figurine of a supple-bodied female, her upraised arms clasping a full moon between them. Some sort of primal goddess, perhaps even the mother herself. Nesta hadn't let herself dwell on why she'd felt the need to set the rose there, why she hadn't just thrown it in a drawer. Another log cracked, and Nesta flinched, but she remained sitting there, staring at that carved rose. Would she live the rest of her life like Emery, always glancing over a shoulder for the shadow of the past to haunt her? Did she appear as Emery had this afternoon, terrified and pained? She owed herself more than that. Emery too deserved more, a chance to live a life without fear and dread. So Nesta could try. Right now, she'd face this fire. Another log cracked. Nesta ground her teeth. Breathe. Inhale for 6, hold. Exhale for 6. She did just that. This is a fire. It reminds you of your father, of something horrible happening. But this is not him, and while you are feeling uncomfortable, you can get through it. Nesta focused on her breathing, made herself unclench each of her too tight muscles, starting with her face and working all the way down to her toes. All while she told herself over and over, this is a fire. It makes you uncomfortable. This is why you react as you do. You can breathe through this, work through this. Her body didn't loosen, but she was able to sit there, endure the fire until it dimmed to embers, and then went out entirely. She didn't know why she found herself on the verge of tears as the cinders smoldered. Didn't know why the rush of pride that filled her chest made her want to laugh and whoop and dance around the room. She hadn't done anything more than sit by a fire, but she had sat, stayed. She had not failed. She had faced it and survived. She might not have saved the world or led armies, but she had made this small initial step. Nesta wiped at her eyes, and when she looked around her quiet room, she startled to find a trail of evergreen twigs leading to her now open door. Cocking a brow, she rose. "What's all this about?" she asked the house, following the trail it had left. Down the hall, along the stairs, all the way down to the library itself. "Where are we going?" Nesta asked the warm air. Mercifully, even the night owls amongst the priestesses had gone to sleep, leaving no one to see her hurrying after the trail of branches. Around the levels of the library they twined, deeper and deeper, until they reached the 7th level. Nesta drew up short as the trail stopped at the edge of the wall of darkness. A light flickered beyond it, several lights, as if to say, "Come, don't be afraid." So Nesta sucked in a breath as she stepped into the gloom. Little tea lights wended into a familiar darkness. She and Fair had once ventured down here, had faced horrors here. No evidence remained of that day, only the firelit dimness, the candles leading her to the lowest levels of the library, to the pit itself. Nesta followed them, spiraling to the bottom of the pit, where one small lantern glowed, faintly illuminating the rows of books veiled in permanent shadow around it. Heart racing, Nesta lifted the lantern in one hand and gazed at the darkness, untouched by the light from the library high above, the heart of the world, of existence, of self, the heart of the house. This, her fingers tightened on the lantern, this darkness is your heart. As if in answer, the house laid a little evergreen sprig at her feet. A winter solstice present, for me. She could have sworn a warm hand brushed her neck in answer. But your darkness, wonder softened her voice. You were trying to show me, show others, who you are down deep, what haunts you. You were trying to show them all those dark, broken pieces because the priestesses and Emery and we're the same as you. Her throat constricted at what the house had gifted her, this knowledge. She lifted the lantern higher and blew out its flame. Let the darkness sweep in, embraced it. I'm not afraid, she whispered into it. You are my friend and my home. Thank you for sharing this with me. Again, Nesta could have sworn that phantom touch caressed her neck, her cheek, her brow. Happy solstice, she said into the beautiful, fractured darkness. Chapter 57. Cassian normally looked forward to winter solstice for a host of reasons, starting with the usual 3 days of drinking with his family and ending with the riotous fun of his annual snowball fight with his brothers, followed by a steam in the birchin and more drinking, usually until all 3 of them passed out in variously stupid positions. One year, he'd awoken wearing a blonde wig and nothing but an evergreen garland around his groin like a loincloth. It had itched and scratched awfully, though it was nothing compared to his pounding hangover. He supposed, at its root, he loved the winter solstice because it was uninterrupted time with the people he treasured most. This year, just as it had last year, it filled him with nothing but churning acid. The Court of Nightmares was decorated as it usually was, adorned for the celebration that lasted 3 whole days surrounding the longest night of the year. Each night held a different ball, and at the first of them, Nesta would dance with Eris. Tonight, in a matter of moments, he'd had a month to prepare for this. A month of being in Nesta's bed, or at least fucking her in it. The cauldron knew she hadn't ever asked him to stay after he pulled out of her. He stood at the foot of the black dais, staring out at the glittering throng with a face that promised death. AZ stood on the other side of the dais, wearing a similar expression. Each and every one of the people here could fucking burn in hell. Starting with Kier, at the head of the gathered crowd, ending with Eris standing proud and tall, wearing night court black, beside him. More stood by Fair's and Rysand's thrones, representing them until they arrived. The entire throne room was bedecked in black candles, evergreen wreaths and garlands, and holly berries. The twin banquet tables flanking either side of the massive space overflowed with food, but it was forbidden to all until Fair and Rhys allowed it. He'd lightened some of his night triumphant demeanor with the people of the hewn city lately, but not by much. Cassian didn't envy Rhys his juggling act. They couldn't isolate Kier, not if they were to need his Darkbringers again. hence the nicer tone. But they couldn't let him forget the ass-kicking he'd receive if he stepped out of line. Hence the only slightly nicer tone. They'd heard nothing of the crown, nothing from Brylan. She had not come for the trove. Cassian wasn't stupid enough to believe it was over. None of them were. The towering doors to the throne room at last yawned open. Dark power rumbled through the mountain, warning of their approach. The mountain sang with it. Everyone turned as the High Lord and High Lady appeared, crowned and garbed in black. Rhys looked his usual handsome self, but fair, the room gasped. Tonight also served another purpose, to tell the world of Fair's pregnancy. She wore a dress of sparkling black panels, much like the one she'd first worn here, and it did nothing to hide her swelling belly. No, it showed off her pregnant womb, gleaming in the candlelight. Rhys's face was a portrait of smug, male pride. Cassian knew he'd shred anyone who so much as blinked wrong at Fair into a million bloody ribbons. Indeed, cold violence rippled off Rhys as they walked toward the dais, Fair's baby-rich scent filling the air. He'd let everyone here smell it, further confirming that she was with child. Fair might as well have been a goddess of old, crowned and glowing, her belly swollen with life. Her serene face was lovely, and her full red lips parted in a smile at Rhys as they aimed for their thrones. Keir looked torn between anger and shock. Eris's face was carefully neutral. Motion at the back of the room tugged Cassian's stare from his enemies. And then, both sisters wore black. Both walked behind Rhys and Fair, a silent indicator that they were a part of the royal family, had mighty powers of their own. They'd planned it that way, wanting Eris to see for himself how valuable Nesta was. Cassian wondered if Ellen and Nesta had broken their silence while waiting for their entrance. They hadn't spoken to each other for months now. Ellen in black was ridiculous. Yes, she was beautiful, but the color of her long-sleeved, modest gown leached the brightness from her face. It wore her rather than the other way around, and he knew the cruelty of the hewn city troubled her. But she hadn't hesitated to come. When Fair had offered to let her remain home, Ellen had squared her shoulders and declared that she was a part of this court and would do whatever was needed. So Ellen had let her golden brown hair down tonight and pinned it back with twin combs of pearl. He'd never once in the 2 years he'd known her found Ellen to be plain, but wearing black, no matter how much she claimed to be part of this court, sucked the life from her. Nesta in night court black threatened to bring him to his knees. She'd braided her hair over her head in her usual style, but atop it, a delicate tiara of glinting black stone rested, slender spikes jutting upward in a dark corona. Each spike was topped with a tiny sapphire, as if the spikes were so sharp they'd pierced the sky and drawn cobalt blood. And the dress, silver thread embroidered the skin-tight velvet bodice, the straps so narrow they might as well have been nothing against her moon-white skin. The neckline plunged nearly to her navel, where the silver thread gathered to hold a small sapphire that matched the ones on her crown. The full skirts brushed the dark floor, rustling in the rippling silence. Nesta's chin remained high, accentuating her long, lovely neck. Her red-painted lips cocked in a feline smirk as her kohl-lined eyes took in the room, watching her every breath. Nesta seemed to glow with the attention, owned it, commanded it. Fair and Rhys took their thrones, and Nesta and Ellen came to stand at the foot of the dais, between him and Osriel. Cassian didn't dare say a word to Nesta, or even glance at her, at the body on display. The body he'd tasted so many times now it was a miracle no imprint of his lips lay against her neck. He didn't dare look at Eris, either. One glance and it'd give away their entire game. Even her scent. His scent, Cassian knew with no small amount of satisfaction. had been carefully glamored to hide any trace of him. Fair declared to the assembled crowd, "May the blessings of the winter solstice be upon you." Keir scuttled forward, bowing low. "Allow me to extend my congratulations." Cassian knew the bastard didn't mean a word of it. Eris stalked to his side, their honored guest. "And allow me to extend mine as well, on behalf of my father and the entire Autumn Court." He flashed Fair a pretty, cultivated smile. "He shall be thrilled by this news." Rhys's mouth curled in a cruel half-smile, the stars winking out in his eyes. "I'm sure he will." There was no pretending tonight. Rhys truly was the High Lord of the Court of Nightmares while Fair and their babe were here. He'd slaughter anyone who threatened them, and enjoy it. Rhys said to no one in particular, "Music." An orchestra hidden in a screened-in mezzanine began playing. Fair raised her voice and said, "Go eat." The crowd undulated as people aimed for the tables. Only Eris and Keir remained before them. Neither spared more so much as a glance, though she smirked down at them, her red dress like a flame in the gloom of the hall. Cassian, in his black armor, felt more like the beasts carved into the towering pillars beneath this mountain. He'd brushed his hair and left it loose, and that had been the extent of his grooming for tonight. He'd spent most of his time thinking about how he'd like to peel Eris's skin off in tiny strips, how Rhys and Fair had crossed a line by asking this of Nesta. He loved them both, but they could have found another way to ensure Eris's allegiance. Not that Cassian had come up with a better alternative. At least Brylan and Cassian had not yet acted further, though he had no doubt they'd be making their next move soon. Fair commanded the crowd, her voice like thunder at midnight, "Dance!" People paired off and fell seamlessly into the music. Keir went with them this time. "Before you join the merriment, Eris," Rhys drawled, a long black box appearing in his hands, "I'd like to present you with your solstice gift." Cassian kept his face blank. Rhys had gotten the bastard a gift? Rhys floated the box over to Eris on a night-kissed wind. Let enough of that wind remain, wrapping behind Eris, for Cassian to know it blocked him from sight. From Keir's sight, specifically. Eris lifted his brows, flipping open the carved lid. He stiffened, voice going low. "What is this?" "A present," Rhys said, and Cassian caught a glimpse of a familiar hilt in the box. The dagger Nesta had made. Cassian refrained from whirling on Rhys and Fair, demanding to know what the hell they were thinking. Eris sucked in a breath. Fair said, "You can sense its power." "There's flame in it," Eris said, not touching the dagger, as if his own magic warned him. He shut the lid, face slightly pale. "Why give this to me?" "You're our ally," Fair said, a hand resting on her belly. "You face enemies that exist outside of the usual rules of magic. It seemed only fair to give you a weapon that operates outside those rules, too." "This is truly made, then." Cassian braced himself for the truth, the damning, dangerous truth to be revealed about Nesta. But Rhys said, "From my personal collection, a family heirloom." "You possessed a made item and kept it hidden all these years? During the war. Don't take our generosity for granted," Fair warned Eris quietly. Eris stilled, but nodded. He extended the box back to Rhys. "I'll leave it in your keeping while I dance, then," he added with what Cassian could have sworn was sincerity. "Thank you." Fair nodded as Rhys took the box and set it beside his throne. "Use it well." She smiled softly at Eris. "Ordinarily I would ask you to dance, but my condition has left me unwell enough that I worry about what so much spinning would do to my stomach." It was the truth. Fair had bolted from dinner 3 nights ago to find the nearest toilet. Now she made a show of looking between her 2 sisters. Ellen gave a passable impression of appearing interested. Nesta just looked bored, like they hadn't just given away the dagger she'd made. Perhaps it was because Nesta's eyes had drifted toward the dancing, shimmering throng, as if she couldn't help herself when the music swelled. She seemed to be half listening. Maybe music meant more to her than the dagger, more than magic and power. Fair noted the direction of Nesta's stare. "My oldest sister shall take my place." Nesta barely glanced to Eris, who pulled his assessing gaze from Ellen to stare at the eldest Arcaran sister with a mix of wariness and intent that set Cassian's jaw grinding. Or it would have been grinding if he hadn't mastered himself in time to keep his face blank as Nesta began walking toward Eris. Eris offered an arm, and Nesta took it, her face neutral, her chin high, each step gliding. They halted at the edge of the dance floor, pulling apart to face each other. Others watched from the sidelines as the dance finished and the introductory strains of the next began, a harp strumming high and sweet. Eris extended a hand, a half smile on his mouth. As if those harp strings wrapped around Nesta's arm, she raised it and placed her hand in his precisely as the last, swift pluck of the harp sounded. Percussion and horns blasted. Low-stringed instruments started a rushing stroke of music, a summons to the dance in a countdown to movement. Cassian reminded himself to breathe as Eris slid his broad hand over Nesta's waist, tucking her in close. She lifted her chin, looking up into his face as a deep-bellied drum thumped. And as the violins began their sweeping song, a beckoning back and forth, Nesta moved as if her very breath were timed to the music. Eris went with her, and it was clear that he knew the dance's nuances and exact notes. But Nesta, she gathered her skirts in her other hand, and as Eris led her into the waltz's opening movements, her body went loose and taut in so many different places Cassian didn't know where to look. She was bent and shaped and directed by the sound. Even Eris's eyes widened at it. The sheer skill and grace, each movement of her body precisely tuned to each note and flutter of music, from her fingertips to the extension of her neck as she turned, the arch of her back into a held note. Cassian dared a glance at Fair and Reese and found even their normally composed faces had gone a bit slack. By the time Nesta and Eris finished their first rotation through the dance floor, Cassian had the growing feeling that Ellen had rather undersold her sister's abilities. The music burned through Nesta. Had there ever been such a perfect, half-wild sound in the world? Moore's memories on the Veritas were nothing compared to this. Hearing it performed live, dancing through it, it flowed and swam around her, filling her blood, and if she could have done so, she would have melted into the melody, become the rolling drums, the soaring violins, the clashing cymbals with the counterbeat, the horns and reeds with their high-arcing song. There wasn't enough space inside her for the sound, for all it made her feel. Not enough space in her mind, her heart, her body, and all she could do to honor it, worship it, was dance. Eris, to his credit, kept up. She held his eyes throughout each step, let him feel her supple body, how pliant it was as she arched into a cluster of notes. His hand tightened on her, fingers digging into the groove of her spine, and she let a small smile rise to her red-painted lips. She had never worn such a color on her mouth. It looked like sin personified, but more had done it, along with the swoop of liquid coal over her upper eyelids. And when Nesta had looked in the mirror at last, she hadn't seen herself staring back. She'd seen a queen of the night, as merciless and cold and beautiful as the god Lanthes had wanted to make her, Death's consort, Death herself. Eris released her waist to spin her, and it was no effort to time her rotation to the flutter of notes, her gaze locking back to his exactly as the music returned to the melody. Flames simmered in his eyes, and he spun her again. Not a prescribed move in the dance, but she followed through, snapping her head around to meet his gaze once more, her skirts twirling. His lips curled with approval, his test passed. Nesta smirked back at him, letting her eyes glitter. Make him crawl, Moore had said, and she would, but first she would dance. Cassian knew the waltz, had watched and danced it for centuries, knew its last half-minute was a swift frenzy of notes and rising, grand sound. Knew most dancers would keep waltzing through it, but the brave ones, the skilled ones, would do the 12 spins, the female blindly turning with one arm above her head, rotated again and again and again by her partner as they moved across the dance floor. To spin was to risk looking the fool at best, to eat marble at worst. Nesta went for it, and Eris went with her, eyes blazing with feral delight. The music stomped into its crashing finale, drums striking, violins whirring, and the entire room straightened, eyes upon Nesta. Upon Nesta, this once human female who had conquered death, who now glowed as if she had devoured the moon, too. Between one beat and the next, Eris lifted Nesta's arm above her head and whipped her around with such force her heels rose off the ground. She'd barely finished the rotation when he spun her again, her head turning with such precision it took Cassian's breath away. And her feet, one spin after another, moving across the now empty dance floor like a night storm. Nesta's slipper-clad feet danced so fast they were a near blur. He knew that Eris turned her arm, but her feet held her, propelled them. It was she who led this dance. On the 7th spin, she twirled so swiftly she rose fully onto her toes. On the 9th spin, Eris released her fingers, and Nesta, arms still stretched above her head, rotated thrice more. Each one of the sapphires atop her tiara glimmered as if lit with an inner fire. Someone gasped nearby. It might have been fair. And as Nesta spun solo, on the toes of one perfect foot, she smiled. Not a courtier's slick smile, not a coy one, but one of pure, wild joy, brought by the music and the dance and her wholehearted yield to it. It was like seeing someone being born, like seeing someone come alive. By the time Nesta finished the last rotation, that absurd defiance of basic laws of movement and space, Eris had her hand again, spinning her 3 more times, his red hair glinting like fire as if an echo to the unchecked, dark joy bursting from her. Nesta's mother had wanted a prince for her. Cassian now thought she'd undervalued her daughter. Only a king or an emperor would do for someone with that level of skill. She was seducing Eris within an inch of his life. The murmuring of the hewn city confirmed that Cassian wasn't the only one noting it. Eris's eyes gleamed with wanton desire as he drank in Nesta's smile, the glow about her. He knew what Nesta might become with a little ambition, the right guidance. If he learned that the dread trove answered to her, that she'd made his new dagger, it was a mistake to bring her here, to dangle her before Eris, the world. Emerging from her cocoon of grief and rage, this new Nesta might very well send entire courts to their knees. Kingdoms. The music rose and rose and rose, faster and faster and faster, and as its last few notes sounded, Eris again released her. Nesta spun solo once more, 3 more precise, perfect rotations as Eris dropped to a knee before her and held up a hand. The final note blasted and held, and Nesta halted with preternatural ease, taking Eris's hand in the same movement that her back arched and she flung up her other arm, the portrait of triumph. The next dance began, and Nesta did not hesitate when Eris led her into it. It was a lighter, easier dance than the first, whose music had been a song in her blood. Her partner might be a monster, but he knew how to dance, had known how her body screamed to do those extra solo turns, and let her go free not once but twice, and even then it had not been enough. If she hadn't been wearing the heavy dress, she might have begged the orchestra to play the song again so she could just execute spin after spin after spin by herself, knowing when to throw in doubles and triples by instinct and ear alone. She was drunk on the music, but the second dance required no wild spinning or excess of emotion, as if the conductor of the orchestra hidden in this room wanted her to have a breather, or at least talk to her partner. Eris's amber eyes studied hers. Trust Reese and to keep you hidden away. Right? She was to flatter him, keep him on their side. I just saw you the other week. Eris chuckled. And as riveting as it was to see you send Tamlin scrambling off with his tail between his legs, I didn't see this side of you. The time since the war has changed you. She didn't smile, but she met his stare directly as she said, "For the better, I hope. Certainly for the more interesting. It seems you came to play the game tonight after all." Eris spun her, and when she returned to him, he murmured in her ear, "Don't believe the lies they tell you about me." She pulled back just enough to meet his gaze. "Oh." Eris nodded to where Moore watched them from beside Fair and Reese, her face neutral and aloof. She knows the truth but has never revealed it. Why? Because she is afraid of it. You don't win yourself any favors with your behavior. Don't I? Do I not ally myself with this court under constant threat of being discovered and killed by my father? Do I not offer aid whenever Reese and wishes? He spun her again. They believe a version of events that is easier to swallow. I always thought Reese wiser than that, but he tends to be blind where those he loves are concerned. Nesta's mouth twitched to one side. And you? Who do you love? His smile sharpened. Are you inquiring after my eligibility? I'm merely saying it's hard to find a good dance partner these days. Eris laughed, the sound like silk over her skin. She shivered. Indeed it is, especially one who can both dance and tear the king of Hybern's head from his shoulders. She let him see a bit of that person, see the savage rage and silver fire he'd witnessed before Tamlin. Then she blinked and it was gone. Eris's face tightened, and not from fear. He twirled her again, the waltz already coming to a close. He whispered in her ear, "They say your sister Ellen is the beauty, but you outshine her tonight." His hand stroked down the bare skin of her back, and she arched slightly into the touch. Nesta made her throat bob, let a hint of color rise to her cheeks. The waltz finished, and they seamlessly fell into the next dance, a little more demanding this time. She remembered this one from her lessons with Moore. It was lovely and sweeping and like being in a dream, until its final minute became so grand it always knocked the breath from her. Anticipation thrummed through her, brightening her eyes. "You're wasted at the night court," Eris murmured as she twirled, skirts enveloping the two of them. "Absolutely wasted." "I'm not sure that's a compliment." Another chuckle. Motion lurked at the corner of her eye, but she didn't break her stare from Eris's, didn't halt her steps until, "Move!" Cassian's cold voice cracked through the spell of the music, halting her. He stood before them, amid the sea of people twirling around and around, and even though most wore black, his armor and blades made him seem different, like a true piece of the night. Eris looked down his straight nose at Cassian. "I don't take orders from brutes." Nesta stifled her snarl and said coolly to Cassian, "Am I to understand that you would like to dance with me?" "Yes." His hazel eyes were burning with violence. Had he really believed what he'd seen on this dance floor? Eris bared his teeth at Cassian. "Go sit at your master's feet, dog." It took all her concentration, every moment of mind-stilling, to keep from ripping out Eris's throat. But Nesta shoved her fury down to the place where she'd stifled her power. No one likes a selfish partner, Eris. She didn't so much as look at Cassian. Didn't trust what she'd do if she beheld pain in his eyes at Eris's insult. Fair and Rhys and had given Eris one of her blades just to ensure his continued alliance. She wouldn't jeopardize it. So she added with a croon, "Time to share." Eris threw her a mocking smile. "We'll play later, Nesta Arkharan." He ignored Cassian as he aimed for the dais again. Alone with Cassian, the packed dance floor teeming around them, Nesta demanded, "Are you happy now?" His face was like stone. No, a glance over his shoulder showed her a tight-faced Rhys and Fair, who were undoubtedly shouting at him mind to mind. But if she and Cassian lingered like this for too long, the spell she'd woven around Eris might be disrupted, and Cassian offered up his hand, swallowed once. He was nervous. This male who had faced down enemy armies, who had battled to the brink of death more times than she cared to count, who had fought so many dangers it was a miracle he lived. He was nervous. It softened some crucial piece of her, and Nesta slipped her hand into his, their calluses rasping against each other. His hand slid around her waist, so large it spanned nearly halfway across. She gathered her skirts and lifted her gaze to his. Nesta fell back a step, leading them into the dance, and Cassian went with her. He was not graceful like Eris. He did not instinctively move to each beat like she did, but he kept up, willing to follow her into the music, into the sound and the movement, and his eyes would not leave her face. Their steps quickened, and Cassian found his rhythm. He spun her, and she whipped herself around, his arms waiting to catch her. His hand on her waist tightened, his only warning as he launched them further, faster into the music. Cassian smiled at her, and the world faded away. The music was no longer the most beautiful thing in existence. Nesta couldn't stop it then. The answering smile that bloomed through her at last, stealing across her face, bright as the dawn. Cassian would only yield Nesta to Azriel, who swept her into a waltz as easily as breathing. Wandering over to the wine table to pour himself a goblet, Cassian met the eyes of a few courtiers gawking at Nesta and let them see what would happen if they so much as approached her. They quickly fell away, and he leaned against a pillar, content to watch Nesta dance with his brother. Moore was at his side a moment later, her lips curving upward. "Looks like our lessons paid off." Cassian kissed her cheek. "I owe you one." They'd been training in secret these past weeks. Moore had been positively giddy when he'd asked for her help. But her eyes were dark now, her face wan. "How are you doing?" he asked neutrally, well aware of the people around them, what Moore had been and was now to them. Moore lifted one shoulder, then let it drop. "Fine," she nodded to Nesta. "I enjoyed seeing what she did." She elbowed him in the ribs. "Though I suppose you didn't. You just had to cut in, didn't you?" He crossed his arms. "Rhys can deal with it." "It seems like Rhys is," Moore said, and Cassian followed her stare toward the dais, where Eris stood beside the thrones, speaking with Rhys and Fair. Without Rhys so much as blinking in their direction, Cassian found that Rhys had let him in on the conversation. He was inside Rhys's mind, seeing and hearing the conversation through Rhys's eyes. From Moore's sudden stillness, he knew she'd been brought in too. "All right," Eris was saying to Rhys, sliding his hands into his pockets. "You showed me what I can have, Rhys, and I'm intrigued. Enough to ask what you'd want in return." Fair blurted into Rhys's thoughts. "What?" Cassian wanted to echo the same, his entire body tightening. But Rhys didn't move from where he lounged on his throne. "What do you mean by that?" Lust glazed Eris's eyes. Covetous, calculating lust. Cassian swallowed his growl. "I mean that whatever you want, I'll give it to you in exchange for her. As my bride." He jerked his chin to the box with the dagger at Rhys's feet. "I'd rather have her than that." He danced 3 dances with her. Fair squawked. Rhys's lips seemed to be fighting a losing battle not to smile. Cassian could only stare at Eris's throat, pondering whether to strangle him or slit the skin wide open, let him bleed out on the floor. "That's not my decision," Rhys said calmly to Eris, "and it seems foolish for you to offer me anything I want in exchange for her anyway." His jaw tightened. "I have my reasons." From the shadows in his eyes, Cassian knew something more lay beneath the rash offer. Something that even AZ's spies hadn't picked up on at the Autumn Court. All it would take was one push of Rhys's power into his mind and they'd know. But it went against everything they stood for, at least amongst their allies. Rhys demanded their trust. He had to give it in return. Cassian couldn't fault his brother for that. Eris added, "It is a bonus, of course, that in doing so, I would be repaying Cassian for ruining my betrothal to Morrigan." Asshole. Cassian's hands curled into fists, but Moore's fingers landed on his arm, gentle and reassuring. "Can't we throw him to the beasts under the cell and be done with him?" Fair seethed to Rhys. Again, Rhys's lips twitched. So bloodthirsty, Cassian heard his High Lord croon to his mate. But Rhys said, "Anything I want, whether it be armies from the Autumn Court or your firstborn, you would grant me in exchange for Nesta Arkharan as your wife?" Cassian growled low in his throat. His brother was letting this carry on too far. Eris glared. "Not as far as the firstborn, but yes, Rhys-an. You want armies against Brylin and my father, you'll have them." His lips curved upward. "I couldn't very well let my wife's sister go into battle unaided, could I? You can return every solstice present in exchange for letting me tear him apart," Fair said. Cassian clamped his mouth shut to avoid shouting his agreement toward them. But Rhys, the bastard, silently laughed. His face remained stone cold as he said, "I'll consider it and talk to Nesta. Keep the dagger, though. You might need it." Cassian glanced to Azriel and Nesta, still beautifully waltzing. It didn't spark one ember of his temper. But Eris, ally or not, he'd make sure the prick got what was coming to him. Chapter 58. Nesta had stood here once before. A year before, actually. A different house in a different part of the city, but she had stood outside while the others celebrated the winter solstice within, and felt like a ghost looking in through a window. Ice crusted the sidra behind the house, the lawn sloping down to it winter white, but evergreen garlands and wreaths decorated the river house, the epitome of merry warmth. "Stop scowling," Cassian said. "It's a party, not a funeral." She glared, but he opened the front door to a riot of music and laughter. She hadn't slept with him after the ball or since. He'd looked inclined when they'd returned to the House of Wind, but she'd simply said she was tired and had gone to her own room. Because as soon as that music had faded and the dance had stopped, she'd realized how stupidly she'd been smiling at him, how low those walls in her mind had dropped. Eris had danced with her twice more after Azriel, and he'd had such intent in his eyes she knew she'd woven her spell around him well. He'd bid for her, she'd learned with no small amount of smugness. Nesta left it to Reese and Fair to decide how to wield that offer. Instead, she'd focused on training, gave herself over to it. The sessions had been halted through the holiday, but she'd gone up to the ring the next morning to practice anyway, punching the wood beam vigorously to work out her roaring thoughts. Now she followed Cassian into the river house, where he immediately aimed for the family room, shucking off his snow-crusted cloak and dropping it onto a bench in the grand foyer on the way. Nesta frowned at the dripping snow on the brocaded material and picked it up, eager for anything to do with herself to avoid going into that room. She unfastened her own cloak, scanning the hall for a coat closet or rack, and found the former tucked under the stair archway. She hung both garments there and heaved a long breath as she shut the door. "You came?" Ellen said behind her, and Nesta started, not having heard her sister approach. She scanned Ellen from head to toe, wondering if she'd been taking lessons in stealth either from Azriel or the two half-wraiths she called friends. Gone was the ill-suited black dress from the ball, replaced by a gown of amethyst velvet, her hair half up and curling down to her waist. She glowed with good health, except her brown eyes were wary. Usually that look was reserved for Lucien. The male was definitely in the family room, since Nesta knew Fair and Reese had invited him, but for that look to be directed at her. They hadn't spoken of their argument in the few minutes they'd had together before the ball's procession, and then she'd avoided Ellen entirely until the event was over. She didn't know what she'd say, how to make it right. Nesta cleared her throat. Cassian said it might be good if I came. Ellen's eyes flickered. Did Fair pay you, like last year? No shame washed through her. Ellen sighed, glancing over Nesta's shoulder to the open doorway across the entry. The party within only for their small inner circle. Please don't upset Fair. It's her birthday, first of all. And in her state. Oh, fuck you, Nesta snapped, and then choked. Ellen blinked. Nesta blinked back, horror lurching through her. And then Ellen burst out laughing. Howling, half-sobbing laughs that sent her bending over at the waist, gasping for breath. Nesta just stared, torn between questions and wanting to throw herself into the icy sidra. I'm so sorry. Ellen held up a hand, wiping her eyes with the other. You've never said such a thing to me. She laughed again. I think that's a good sign, isn't it? Nesta shook her head slowly, not understanding. Ellen just linked her arm through Nesta's and led her toward the family room, where Azriel stood in the doorway, monitoring them, as if he'd heard Ellen's sharp laugh and wondered what had caused it. I was just checking on dessert, Ellen explained as they approached the doorway and Azriel. Nesta met the Shadowzinger stare and he gave her a nod. Then his gaze shifted to Ellen, and though it was utterly neutral, something charged went through it. Between them, Ellen's breath caught slightly, and she gave him a shallow nod of greeting before brushing past, leading Nesta into the room. Moore lounged on a green velvet couch before the fireplace. Amryn sat in Varian's lap on the matching couch opposite her, Fair beside them, a hand on her belly. Reese sprawled in an armchair, and Cassian occupied a second armchair with Lucien leaning against it, arguing with them about something that seemed related to a sporting event. Nesta had tried to convince Emery and Gwyn to join her, but both had refused. Emery had said she was obligated to visit her horrible family, and Gwyn merely said she wasn't ready to leave the library to go farther than the training ring. So here Nesta was, alone with the same group she'd dealt with last year. When they'd watched her sit sullen as a child in the back of the townhouse living room, then storm out. Fair smiled at her, glowing with health and life, but Nesta's gaze snagged on Amryn. The female did not so much as look her way. Varian did, and he threw her a wary glance that said enough. No, Amryn wouldn't speak to her. Her chest tightened, but Cassian beckoned her over. He rose from his seat, offering it to her, even though there were a dozen more in the room. "Sit," he said. "Do you want some peppermint tea?" She knew they all watched her, hated that they did, and understood why, too. But she nodded at Cassian and sat, saying to Fair, "Happy birthday." Fair smiled again. "Thank you." And that was that. Nesta ignored the collective sense of relief that filled the room and pivoted, finding herself peering up at Lucian, who greeted her with a wary dip of his chin. Ellen, the wretch, had taken the seat between Fair and Varian, about as far from Lucian as she could get. Azriel remained in the doorway. "How's the spring court?" Nesta asked. The fire crackled merrily to her right, and she let the sound ripple through and past her, acknowledged the crack and what it did to her, and released it, even as she concentrated on the mail she'd addressed. Lucian's jaw tightened. "How you'd expect." Tension rippled through the room, confirmation that Tamlin had heard the news of Fair's pregnancy. From Lucian's grim face, she knew he hadn't reacted well. Nesta said, "And Jurian and Vassa? At each other's throats as they like to be," he said a tad sharply. She wondered what that was about, and for the life of her couldn't read it. Lucian asked, sipping his tea, "How's the training?" She gave him a smile, a true one. "Good. We're learning how to disembowel a male." Lucian choked on his drink, nearly spewing it onto her head. Cassian appeared, a cup of tea steaming in his hands, and passed it to her before he declared proudly to Lucian, "As you'd expect, Ness excels at it." Moore lifted her glass in a mockery of a toast. "My favorite part of training." Nesta frowned. "We haven't cut the ribbon yet, though." Moore's brows bunched. "So you really are learning Valkyrie techniques?" Nesta nodded. They'd been so busy during their dancing lessons that the details of training hadn't come up. Moore grinned. "You mind if I start joining you once this business with Valahan is over? I never got to train with the Valkyries before. The first war, and after it, they were all gone." "I think the priestesses would like to see you," Nesta said, and glanced to Cassian to make sure he didn't mind. He waved a hand. Moore's grin turned fiendish. "Good. I also want to make sure Cassian actually wears his present to practice." "God spare me," Cassian groaned, and Nesta's stomach twisted. She hadn't bought them anything, hadn't bought him anything. She'd said as much before he'd flown her down here, and he hadn't cared. But she cared. She cradled her tea, and the conversation wended around her. But she managed to tuck that dread away, at least for now. Managed to participate. Azriel lingered near the door, quiet enough that when Fair and Moore began talking about some of her paintings, Nesta went over to him. "Why don't you sit?" She leaned against the doorway beside the Shadowsinger. "My shadows don't like the flames so much." Pretty lie. She'd seen Azriel before the fire plenty, but she looked at who sat close to it and knew the answer. "Why did you come if it torments you so much?" "Because Reese wants me here. It'd hurt him if I didn't come." "Well, I think holidays are stupid." "I don't." She arched a brow. He explained, "They pull people together and bring them joy. They are a time to pause and reflect and gather, and those are never bad things." Shadows darkened his eyes, full of enough pain that she couldn't stop herself from touching his shoulder, letting him see that she understood why he stood in the doorway, why he wouldn't go near the fire. His secret to tell, never hers. Azriel's face remained neutral, so Nesta gave him a small nod and walked back into the fray, taking a seat on the rolled arm of the nearest couch. An hour passed before more began grousing about opening presents. Reese snapped his fingers and a heap of them appeared. Cassian braced himself for whatever awful gift Moore had gotten him and glanced to Nesta. He'd kept her present in his pocket, saving it to give to her in private later. He'd done the same last year, and the damn thing had ended up at the bottom of the Sidra, probably swept out to sea. He'd spent months tracking down the book, so tiny it would fit in a doll's hands, but so precious it had cost him an indecent amount of money. A miniature illuminated manuscript, crafted by the skilled hands of the smallest of the lesser fae, one of the first printed books in existence. It hadn't been meant for reading, but he'd figured that someone who adored books as much as Nesta would savor this piece of history, even if she resented all things fae. He'd regretted throwing it into the river the moment it had vanished under the ice, but he'd been foolish that night. This year, he prayed it was different, felt different. Nesta had been better tonight than last year. Another person entirely. She didn't laugh freely like Moore and Fair, or smile sweetly like Ellen, but she spoke and engaged, and sometimes smirked. She saw everything, heard everything, even the fire which she seemed to ignore. Pride filled his chest at that, and relief. It had only increased when he'd noticed that she'd cared enough about AZ's aloofness to go up to him to chat. Only Amren ignored her, and Nesta ignored Amren. The tension between them was a living band of lightning. But no one said anything, and they seemed content to pretend the other didn't exist. No one offered gifts for the baby, as it went against Fae tradition to do so before a babe was born, fearful of calling bad luck by counting one's blessings too soon. But Fair's birthday gifts were bountiful, perhaps glaringly so. Cassian's gifts were the usual odd medley: an ancient manuscript on warfare from Reese, a bag of beef jerky from Azriel. "I literally couldn't think of anything you'd enjoy more," AZ had said when Cassian had laughed, and a hideously ugly green sweater from Moore that made his skin look jaundiced. Amren had given him a travel set of spices, so you don't have to suffer whenever you're in Illyria, and Ellen gave him a specially designed ceramic mug with a lid that he could travel with, bespelled against breaking, to keep tea warm for hours. Fair gave him a painting, which he opened in private, and had to fight back tears before he hid it behind the chair. A portrait of him, Azriel, and Reese, standing atop Ramiel after the blood rite. Bloody and bruised and filthy, faces filled with grim triumph, their hands linked as they touched them to the monolith at its peak. She must have looked into Reese's mind for the image. Cassian had kissed her cheek, her shield down for the moment, and murmured his thanks, as if that would ever cover it. He'd cherished the painting for the rest of his life. He and Lucien did not exchange gifts, though the male had brought a gift for Fair and one for his mate, who barely thanked him after opening the pearl earrings. Cassian's heart strained at the pain etching deep into Lucien's face as he tried to hide his disappointment and longing. Ellen only shrank further into herself, no trace of that newfound boldness to be seen. Cassian could feel Nesta watching him, but when he looked, her face was unreadable. No one had gotten her presents except for Fair and Ellen, who had together given her a year's worth of book-buying credit to her favorite bookshop in the city. It was capped at around 300 books, which they seemed to think would be more than she could read in a year. 500 books worth would have been a safer bet, he knew. But then Azriel approached her. Nesta had blinked at the gift the Shadowsinger set in her lap. "I didn't get you anything," she murmured to AZ, her cheeks turning rosy. "I know," he said, smiling. "I don't mind." Cassian tried to focus on the present in his hands, the silver comb and brush set he'd gotten Moore, engraved with her name, but his gaze snagged on Nesta's fingers as she opened the small box. She peered at what was inside, then looked at Azriel in confusion. "What is it?" Azriel plucked up the small folded silver wand within and unfurled it. One end held a clip, the other a small glass sphere. You can attach this to whatever book you're reading, and the little ball of fey light will shine, so you don't have to squint when you're reading at night. Nesta touched the glass ball, no bigger than her thumbnail, and fey light flickered within, casting a bright, easy glow upon her lap. She tapped it again and it turned off, and then she jumped to her feet and flung her arms around Azriel. The room went silent for a beat, but Azriel chuckled and squeezed her gently. Cassian smiled to see them. "Thank you," Nesta said, quickly pulling away to marvel at the device. "It's brilliant." Azriel blushed and stepped back, shadows swirling. Nesta looked over to Cassian, and that light was once more in her eyes, enough that he almost gave her his gift there and then. But considering how last year's attempt had gone, considering that since the ball she'd stayed out of his bed, he held back, in case she shattered his heart all over again. By 1 in the morning, Nesta's eyes ached with exhaustion. The others were still drinking, but as she hadn't been offered any wine, or wanted any for that matter, she had not joined them in their singing and dancing, though she had helped herself to thirds of Fair's ridiculously large pink birthday cake. Cassian had said they were going to stay here tonight, as he'd be too drunk to fly them back to the House of Wind, and Mor and Azriel would be too drunk to winnow them, not to mention that he'd still have to fly them the last bit of the way. Rhys and Fair would likely be enjoying each other by the time they were all ready to leave. The door Fair had directed her to was already open, fey lights glowing inside the opulent bedroom bedecked in whites and creams and tans. Candles flickered in glass jars on the marble mantel. The curtains were already down for the night, heavy swaths of blue velvet, the only pop of color in the room, along with a few blue trinkets. It was soothing and smelled of jasmine, precisely the sort of room she'd have designed for herself if she'd been given the chance. She had been given the chance, she realized. Fair had asked and she'd refused. Apparently, Fair had done it herself, somehow knowing what she'd like. Nesta sat at the small vanity, staring at her reflection in the quiet. Her door opened with a creak, and then Cassian was there, leaning against her doorway, gazing at her in the mirror. "You didn't want to say goodnight?" Her heart began thundering. "I was tired." "You've been tired for a few nights now." He crossed his arms. "What's going on?" "Nothing." She twisted on the cushioned stool of the vanity. "Why aren't you downstairs?" "You never asked about your present." "I assumed I wasn't getting one from you." He pushed off the door frame and shut the door behind him. He took up all the air in the room just by standing there. "Why?" She shrugged. "I just did." He pulled a small box from his jacket and set it on the bed between them. "Surprise." Cassian swallowed as she approached, the only sign that this meant something to him. Nesta's hands turned sweaty as she picked the box up, examining it. She didn't open it yet, though. "I am sorry for how I behaved last solstice, for how awful I was." He'd gotten her a present then, too, and she hadn't cared, had been so wretched she'd wanted to hurt him for it, for caring. "I know," he said thickly. "I forgave you a long time ago." She still couldn't look at him, even as he said, "Open it." Her hands shook a little as she did, finding a silver ball nestled in the black velvet box. It was the size of a chicken egg, round save for one area that had been flattened so it might be set upon a surface and not roll. "What is it?" "Touch the top." Just a tap. Throwing a puzzled glance at him, she did so. Music exploded into the room. Nesta leaped back, a hand at her chest as he laughed. But music was playing from the silver orb. And not just any music. but the waltzes from the ball the other night, pure and free of any crowd chattering, as if she were sitting in a theater to hear them. "This isn't the Veritas orb," she managed to say as the waltz poured out of the ball. So clear and perfect her blood sang again. "No, it's a symphonia, a rare device from Helion's court. Can trap music within itself and play it back for you. It was originally invented to help compose music, but it never caught on, for some reason. How did you get the crowd noise out when you trapped the sound the other night?" she marveled. His cheeks stained with color. "I went back the next day, asked the musicians at the Hewn City to play it all again for me, plus some of their favorites." He nodded to the ball. "And then I went to some of your favorite taverns and found those musicians and had them play." He trailed off at her bowed head. The tears she couldn't stop. She didn't try to fight them as the music poured into the room. He had done all of this for her, had found a way for her to have music, always. "Nesta," he breathed. She shut her eyes against the realization rising within her like a tidal wave. It would sweep away everything in its path once she admitted it, consume her entirely. The thought was enough for her to straighten and wipe away her tears. "I can't accept this. It was made for you." He smiled softly. She couldn't bear that smile, his kindness and joy, as she corrected, "I will not accept it." She placed the orb back in its box and handed it to him. "Return it." His eyes shuddered. "It's a gift, not a fucking wedding ring." She stiffened. "No, I'll look to Eris for that." He went still. "Say that again." She made her face cold, the only shield she had against him. "Reese says Eris wants me as his bride. He'll do anything we want in exchange for my hand." The siphons atop Cassian's hands flickered. "You aren't considering saying yes." She said nothing. Let him believe the worst. He snarled. "I see. I get a little too close and you shove me away again, back to where it's safe. Better to marry a viper like Eris than be with me." "I am not with you," she snapped. "I am fucking you. The only thing fit for a bastard-born brute, right?" "I didn't say that." "You don't need to. You've said it 1,000 times before." "Then why did you bother to cut in at the ball?" "Because I was fucking jealous," he roared, wings splaying. "You looked like a queen, and it was painfully obvious that you should be with a princeling like Eris and not a low-born nothing like me, because I couldn't stand the sight of it, right down to my God's damned bones. But go ahead, Nesta. Go ahead and fucking marry him, and good fucking luck to you." "Eris is the brute," she shot back. "He is a brute and a piece of shit, and I would marry him because I am just like him." The words echoed through the room. His pained face gutted her. "I deserve Eris." Her voice cracked. Cassian panted, his eyes still lit with fury, and now with shock. Nesta said hoarsely, "You are good, Cassian, and you are brave and brilliant and kind. I could kill anyone who has ever made you feel less than that, less than what you are. And I know I'm a part of that group, and I hate it." Her eyes burned, but she fought past it. "You are everything I have never been, and will never be good enough for. Your friends know it, and I have carried it around with me. All this time, that I do not deserve you." The fury slid from his face. Nesta didn't stop the tears that flowed, or the words that tumbled out. "I didn't deserve you before the war or afterward, and I certainly don't now." She let out a low, broken laugh. "Why do you think I shoved you away? Why do you think I wouldn't speak to you?" She put a hand on her aching chest. "After my father died, after I failed in so many ways, denying myself of you," she sobbed. "It was my punishment. Don't you understand that?" She could barely see him through her tears. From the moment I met you, I wanted you more than reason. From the moment I saw you in my house, you were all I could think about. And it terrified me. No one had ever held such power over me. And I am still terrified that if I let myself have you, it will be taken away. Someone will take it away, and if you're dead. She buried her face in her hands. It doesn't matter, she whispered. I do not deserve you, and I never, ever will. Utter silence filled the room. Such silence that she wondered if he'd left, and lowered her hands to see if he was there. Cassian stood before her, tears streaming down his beautiful, perfect face. She didn't balk from it, letting him see her like this, her most raw, most base self. He'd always seen all of her, anyway. He opened his mouth and tried to speak, had to swallow and try again. Nesta saw all the words in his eyes, though, the same ones she knew lay in her own. So he stopped trying to speak and closed the distance between them, slid a hand into her hair, the other going around her waist and tugging her against him. He said nothing as he dipped his head, mouth brushing the tears sliding along one of her cheeks, then the other. She closed her eyes, letting herself savor his lips on her over-hot skin, the way his breath caressed her cheek. Each gentle kiss echoed those words she'd seen in his eyes. Cassian pulled back, and remained that way long enough that she opened her eyes again to find his face inches from her own. You're not going to marry Eris, he said roughly. No, she breathed. His eyes blazed. There will be no one else, for either of us. Yes, she whispered. Ever, he promised. Nesta laid a hand on his muscled chest, letting the thunderous beating of the heart beneath echo into her palm. Let it travel down her arm, into her own chest, her own heart. Ever, she swore. It was all he needed, all she needed. Cassian's mouth met hers, and the world ceased to exist. The kiss was punishing and exalting, thorough and frenzied, a claiming and a yielding. She had no words for it. She flung her arms around him, pressing as close as she could get, meeting his tongue stroke for stroke. He growled and nudged her back toward the bed, his mouth devouring and tasting and saying everything she couldn't yet voice. But one day, maybe soon, she could. For him, she'd fight to find the courage to say it. The backs of her legs hit the mattress, and he broke their kiss to attend to their clothes. She expected tearing and rending, but he gently removed her dress, fingers trembling as they unhooked each button down the back of her gown. Her own trembled as she removed his shirt. Then they were naked, and staring at each other again with those unspoken words in their eyes, and she let him lay her upon the bed, let him climb atop her. There was nothing rough or wild about what followed. She didn't want his head between her legs, didn't even want his fingers. When he slid one down the center of her, she let him feel that she was ready, and then took his hand, interlacing their fingers as her other wrapped around his cock and guided him toward her. He nudged at her entrance and then halted. His eyes met hers. And then Cassian kissed her deeply as he slid home. She gasped, not at the fullness of having him inside her, but at that thing in her chest. The thing that thundered and beat wildly as he looked at her again, slid out nearly to the tip, and thrust back in. On that second thrust, the thing in her chest, her heart, on that second thrust, it yielded entirely to him. On his third, he kissed her again. On the fourth, Nesta twined her arms around his head and neck and held him there as she kissed and kissed and kissed him. On the fifth, the walls of that inner fortress of ancient iron came down. Cassian pulled away, as if sensing it, and his eyes flared as they met her own. But he kept moving in her, making love to her thoroughly, unhurriedly. So Nesta let all that lay beyond those iron walls unspool toward him. Thread after thread of pure golden light flowed into him, and he met it with his own. Where those threads wove together, life glowed like starfire, and she had never seen anything more beautiful, felt anything more beautiful. She was crying, and she didn't know why, only that she never wanted it to end, this binding between them, the feeling of him moving so deep in her that she wanted him imprinted beneath her skin. His tears dripped onto her face, and she reached up to brush them away. He leaned his head into her hand, nuzzling her palm. "Say it," Cassian whispered against her skin. She knew what he meant. Somehow, she knew what he meant. Nesta waited until he'd thrust again, driving as deep into her as he'd ever gone, and whispered, "You're mine," he groaned, thrusting hard. She whispered, "And I am yours." Those golden threads between their very souls shone with the words, as if they formed a harp strummed by a heavenly hand. For it was music between their souls, always had been, and his voice was her favorite melody. Nesta, she heard the plea in her name. He was close and wanted her to go with him, wanted to tumble into ecstasy together. It was important to him, for some reason, that for this joining, this moment, they went as one. Cassian lowered his head to her breast, teeth clamping around her nipple as his tongue flicked against it. It was all Nesta needed to spur her toward climax. She moaned, and he did it again, timing his tongue to the hard thrust of his cock. Again. The golden threads shimmered and sang, and she couldn't take it, the music between their souls, the feel of his body on her and in her, and release blasted through her, obliterating every last bit of that inner wall, raising mountains and forests, wiping the world clean with light and pleasure, stars crashing down from the heavens in a never-ending rain. Cassian roared as he came, and the sound was the summons of a hunt, a symphony, a single clear horn playing as dawn broke over the world. There was only this moment, this thing shared between them, and it lasted for an eternity. Time was of no consequence. Time had always stood still around him, around them. He spilled and spilled himself into her, longer than ever before, as if he'd been holding himself back all the times before now, as if he had let his own inner wall come crumbling down. Forever, forever, forever. The word was echoed in their every breath, every pounding of their hearts, so in sync that they seemed to beat as one. Then silence fell, exquisite and serene, and Cassian remained buried in her, staring down at her with wonder and joy in his face. Nesta reached up to kiss him. One kiss led to another, and hunger rose like the tide within her, between them. And then Cassian was moving in her again, faster and harder, and time ceased to exist once more. Hours later, days and weeks and months and millennia later, when they were both finally spent, when their souls had cleaved together entirely, Cassian pulled out of her and collapsed against the bed. Nesta could hardly remember words, but she found them when she whispered into the darkness, "Stay with me." A shudder rocked through him, but he only smiled as he tucked her into his side. And warm and safe and home at last in Cassian's arms, Nesta slept. Chapter 59. Nesta opened her eyes. She knew she was warm and content, though it took her a moment to remember the reason, to realize she was still in Cassian's arms. She reveled in it, savored each breath that brushed against her temple, felt the press of his fingers along her lower back. A calm settled over her, strikingly similar to what she felt when she did her daily mind-stilling. Cassian awoke soon after, giving her a sleepy, sated smile. It softened into something tender, and for long minutes, They lay there, staring at each other, Cassian idly brushing his hand down her back. Caressing soon turned to more fervent touching, and as the dawn broke, they tangled again, their lovemaking thorough and unhurried. When she again lay sweating and panting beside him, running a finger down the groove of his muscled stomach, Nesta murmured, "Good morning." Cassian's fingers idly smoothed her hair. "Good morning to you, too." He glanced toward the mantel, the small wooden clock in its center, then lurched upright. "Shit." Nesta frowned. "You have somewhere to be?" He was already hopping into his pants, scanning the floor for the rest of his clothes. Nesta silently pointed to the other side of the bed, where his shirt lay atop her dress. "Snowball fight. I'll be late." Nesta had to unload each word of his statement, but she could only ask, "What?" "Annual tradition with Reese and AZ. We go up to the mountain cabin. Remind me to take you there one day and, well, it's a long story, but we've done it pretty much every year for centuries, and I haven't won in years. If I don't win this year, I will never hear the end of it." All of this was said while shoving himself into his shirt, leather jacket, and boots. Nesta just laughed. "You three, the most feared warriors in all the land, have an annual snowball fight?" Cassian reached the door, throwing her a wicked grin. "Did I mention we take a steam in the birch inn attached to the cabin afterward?" From that wicked grin, she knew he meant completely naked. Nesta sat up, hair sliding over her breasts. His eyes dipped lower, a muscle pounding in his neck. For a heartbeat, she hoped he'd lunge for her again. Indeed, his nostrils flared, scenting the need that boiled in her just at the sight of his gaze roving freely over her body, the way every part of him tensed. But Cassian swallowed, grin and wickedness fading as he cleared his throat. "After the fight, I need to do a comprehensive inspection of the legions in Illyria for a few days. I'll be back after that." Without so much as a farewell kiss, he vanished. 3 days passed with no word from Cassian. He'd been replaced in training by a stone-faced Azriel, who was more aloof than usual and wouldn't even give her a smile. But he didn't object when she brought her Symphonia to the ring each morning for some extra motivation while exercising. The priestesses had marveled at the gift, a few of them dancing to the music, but Nesta had only been able to think about how much time and effort Cassian had put into it, how he had known what such a present would mean to her. Her entire body ached with need, setting her teeth on edge. 3 days without him might as well have been 3 months. She'd become desperate enough for him that her hand now slid between her legs in the bath, in bed, even during lunch in her room. But release left her empty, as if her body knew it needed him in her, filling her. She'd asked Azriel every day when he'd be back, and Azriel had only said soon before conducting their lessons. Maybe she'd gone mad. Maybe that was what that iron wall around her mind had been, the thing that kept her sanity in check. Surely it wasn't normal to think of a person this much, need them this much. It was that worry that hounded her as they wrapped up lessons, panting and sweating despite the frigid morning thanks to the Valkyrie sprints they'd been practicing. 10 seconds at a full sprint, 30 seconds trotting, another 10 seconds sprinting, for 15 minutes straight. Once they could get through it, they'd add in their shields, then swords, all of it designed to build their stamina and focus on controlling their breathing between bursts of attack and retreat. All of it utter insanity that couldn't quite dull the edge of Nesta's fretting as she asked Emery and Gwyn, "Do you want to stay over at the house with me tonight?" She motioned to the archway. "Have a read-in or something?" Gwyn blinked, considering. She had not set foot outside of the library save to come to these lessons or to use the practice ring to hack at that ribbon. But she said, "I'll ask Clotho." Emery smirked at Nesta, as if aware of why she needed company. Sure. That evening, Nesta and Emery read in companionable silence in the private library, waiting for Gwyn. Emery had sprawled across the armchair, legs dangling over an arm, her back against the other. Without looking up from the book in her lap, she said, "Cassian must be really good at sex, if you're so tied up in knots while he's gone." Nesta cleared her throat, dispelling the memories of his mouth, his strong body, the way his silken black hair fell on either side of his face as he lay over her, swaying as he pounded into her. She made a low noise in her throat. "I figured," Emery said, chuckling. "He's got the walk." "The walk?" Emery smirked. "You know, when a male knows how to use his cock well and struts around with that swagger that basically declares it to everyone." Nesta rolled her eyes. "I'd hope he knows how to use it well after being alive for 500 years. She snorted, "Though I've met plenty who proved that wrong." Emery arched a brow for her to continue, but a knock sounded on the library door. Gwyn's head popped in, and she scanned the room before entering. She bore a small bag, presumably of what she'd need for the night. Nesta had already asked the house to prepare a bedroom for all three of them to share, and she'd entered the private library to find it transformed. By the window against the far wall, a work table and chairs had been swapped for 3 cots, each laden with blankets and pillows. Gwyn smiled, though her pulse pounded wildly against the column of her throat. "Sorry I'm late. Meryl made me go over a paragraph with her 10 times. Gwyn sighed. "Please tell me all the chocolate is for us." The house had stocked the table between the armchairs with piles of chocolate, truffles and confections and bars of it, along with cookies and small finger cakes, and a platter of cheeses and fruit, and carafes of water and various juices. Gwyn surveyed the table. "Did you go to all this trouble?" "Oh no," Emery said, eyes glowing. "Nesta's been holding out on us." Nesta scoffed, but Emery said, "The house will get you anything you want. Just say it aloud." At Gwyn's raised brows, Emery said, "I'd like a slice of pistachio cake, please." A plateful of one appeared before her, as well as a bowl of whipped cream topped with raspberries. Gwyn blinked. "You live in a magic house." "It likes to read," Nesta admitted, patting a stack of the romances. "We've bonded over that." Gwyn whispered to the room, "What's your favorite book?" One thumped on the table beside Emery's cake, and Gwyn squawked in surprise, but then rubbed her hands together. "Oh, this is delightful." "That smile means trouble," Emery said. Gwyn's grin just widened. 2 hours later, Nesta found herself fully clothed in a bathtub in the middle of the private library, the entire thing filled with bubbles. No water, just bubbles. In matching tubs on either side of her, Emery and Gwyn were giggling. "This is ridiculous," Nesta said, even as her mouth curved upward. Each one of their requests had gotten more and more absurd, and Nesta might have felt like they were exploiting the house had it not been so exuberant in answering their commands, adding creative flourishes, like the fact that each bubble held a tiny bird fluttering about inside. Silent fireworks still exploded in the far corner of the room, and a miniature Pegasus, Nesta's request, made only when her friends goaded her into submitting one, fed on a small patch of grass by the shelf, content to ignore them. A cake taller than Cassian stood in the center of the room, lit with 1,000 candles. 6 frogs danced circles around a red and white spotted toadstool, the waltzes provided by Nesta's Symphonia. Emery wore a diamond crown and 6 strings of pearls. Gwyn sported a broad-brimmed hat fit for any fine lady, perched at a rakish angle on her head. A lace parasol leaned against her other shoulder, and she twirled it idly as she surveyed the windows, the world beyond, and said in a hushed voice, "I sometimes wonder if I shall ever have the courage to go out there again. I fear every day that I won't." Nesta's smile slid away. She considered her words before she said, "I feel the same. Because this existence, living in the house, training, working in the library, it wasn't real life. Not entirely. When she was allowed to return to the city proper, then she'd face life again. See if she was worthy of it." The thought made her stomach twist. Dispelling the gloom, Gwyn leaped out of her tub, bubbles spraying, and padded for her bag. "Now, don't you two dare laugh at me, but I brought something for us to do. I didn't realize we'd have a magic house to keep us occupied." She pulled out a bundle of various colored threads. "My sister and I used to braid bracelets and put these little charms on them full of wishes for each other." She lifted a sack, dumping a few silver coins into her palm. They were no larger than her pinky nail and as thin as a wafer. Her voice grew soft. "We believed that the wish would come true once the bracelet fell off." Emery asked gently, "What was her name?" "Katrin." Gwyn's voice held so much pain and longing. "We were fraternal twins. Her hair was dark as onyx, her skin pale as the moon, and she was as moody as the sea." She laughed quietly. "Despite her faults and mine, we loved each other dearly. We were all each other had while growing up. She was the only one I could truly rely on. I miss her every day." Nesta couldn't stop herself from thinking of Fair. Gwyn said, "I wish I could just have one more moment with her. Just one, to tell her that I love her and say goodbye." She wiped at her eyes, lifting her head, looked right at Nesta. "It's what really mattered in the end, you know, not our petty fights or differences. I forgot all of that the moment she—" Gwyn shook her head. "It's all that matters." Nesta nodded slowly. Perhaps it wasn't just her and Fair. Then, perhaps all sisters had difficulties, fights, chasms between them. She wasn't perfect, but neither was Fair. They had both made mistakes, and both had long, long lives ahead of them. What had occurred in the past did not have to dictate the future. So Nesta nodded again, letting Gwyn see her understanding. "It's all that matters," Nesta agreed. Gwyn smiled, and then straightened, clearing her throat. "I managed to track the thread and charms down before solstice, thinking I'd make them for you as little presents. But they took longer to arrive than I thought they would, so I figured we could make the bracelets tonight." She carefully set the materials upon the nearest table. Nesta and Emery rose to survey the variety of threads. All colors and hues, all carefully bundled. "Show me how to do it," Emery said softly. Nesta wondered if Gwyn's words had resonated with her, too. What pain and hope Emery might be holding within her. But Gwyn grinned, beginning her demonstration by selecting 3 colors that she thought matched Emery's spirit. She claimed, green, purple, and gold. Nesta refrained from snickering and selected colors for Gwyn, blue, white, and teal. Emery, in turn, selected Nesta's colors, navy blue, crimson, and silver. Nesta and Emery dutifully tried to copy Gwyn's easy steps, doubling up the thread, knotting it, cutting the looped bits, then pinning the top of the bracelet beneath a heavy book as they separated each length by color, and then began a process of looping and pulling back and forth. Emery's knots were flawless. Nesta's, "Your bracelet is going to be an eyesore, Gwyn." Nesta scowled at the wobbly, bunched-up mess that was her first 10 rows. "Keep going," Gwyn said, leagues ahead on her own bracelet and beginning to add pretty patterns within the rows. "The knots will get better looking with practice." Just tell me when you've gotten to the halfway point and then we'll add the charm. They worked in music-filled companionship, idle chatter bouncing between them, Emery and Gwyn occasionally laughing at Nesta's awful workmanship. Now, Gwyn said when they were halfway through, we make wishes for each other. She reached for one of the tiny coins. I'll just hold this in my hand, think of something for Emery, and... Wait, Nesta said, catching Gwyn's hand before it could touch the charm. Let me. Her friends regarded her curiously, and Nesta swallowed. Let me make a wish for all of us, she explained, gathering the 3 charms. A small gift for the friends who had become like sisters. A chosen family, like the one Fair had found for herself. Nesta squeezed the charms in her palm, closing her eyes and said, I wish for us to have the courage to go out into the world when we are ready, but to always be able to find our way back to each other, no matter what. Gwyn and Emery cheered at that, and when Nesta opened her eyes, palm unfurling, she could have sworn the coins glowed faintly. Chapter 60. Cassian had been gone for 5 days. 5 days to inspect every single one of the Illyrian legions and remember how to behave like a normal, sane male rather than a lovesick puppy. But somehow, by the time he returned, a shift had occurred. Not just the world-altering shift that had happened on winter solstice between him and Nesta, but a shift between Nesta and Emery and Gwyn. He emerged into the frigid morning to find the 3 of them already in the practice ring. They stood around the beam, the ribbon drifting gracefully on the icy wind. Gwyn held a blade in her hand, and Emery and Nesta stood a few feet away. All 3 wore braided, colorful bracelets with silver charms dangling from them. Cassian lingered at the doorway as Nesta murmured to Gwyn, You've got this. Azriel came up beside him, silent as the shadows that wreathed his wings. Gwyn stared the ribbon down like an enemy on a battlefield. It rippled in the wind, dancing away, its motions unpredictable as any foe. Do it for the miniature Pegasus, Emery said. Cassian had no idea what it meant, but Gwyn's lips twitched upward. Nesta laughed. The sound might as well have been a lightning strike to his head for how much it rocked him, that laugh. Free and light, and so unlike anything he'd ever heard from her that even Azriel blinked. A true laugh. The miniature Pegasus, Nesta said, was an illusion, and is now back in his make-believe meadow. He loved Gwyn most, Emery teased, despite your efforts to woo him. They fell silent again as Gwyn shifted her feet, angling the blade. The wind waggled the ribbon again, as if taunting her. Cassian glanced over at AZ, but his attention was fixed on the young priestess, admiration and quiet encouragement shining from his face. Gwyn whispered, I am the rock against which the surf crashes. Nesta straightened at the words, as if they were a prayer and a summons. Gwyn lifted the blade. Nothing can break me. Cassian's throat tightened, and even from across the ring, he could see Nesta's eyes gleaming with pride and pain. Emery said, Nothing can break us. The world seemed to pause at the words, as if it had been following one path and now branched off in another direction. In 100 years, 1,000, this moment would still be etched in his mind. That he would tell his children, his grandchildren, right then and there, that was when it all changed. Azriel went wholly still, as if he too had felt the shift, as if he too were aware that far larger forces peered into that training ring as Gwyn moved. Smooth as the Sidra, swift as the wind off the Illyrian mountains, her entire body working in singing harmony, Gwyn lunged toward the ribbon, twirled, and as she spun, her arm opened up, executing a perfect backhanded slice that cut the winter morning itself. Half the ribbon fluttered to the red stone. A flawless, precise slice. Not one frayed strand rippled in the wind as the severed ribbon hanging from the beam flapped. Nesta bent down, picked up the fallen half of the ribbon, and solemnly tied it around Gwyn's brow, a makeshift version of what the priestesses wore atop their heads with their stones. But Cassian had never seen Gwyn display her invoking stone. Gwyn lifted trembling fingers to her brow, touching the ribbon with which Nesta had crowned her. Nesta's voice was thick as she declared, "Valkyrie." It became the ritual, to cut that ribbon, to be crowned with its severed half and anointed Valkyrie. Gwyn was the first, Emery the second. By the end of training that morning, Nesta became the third. It made facing Cassian only slightly easier, even if the need within her had only grown worse, clawing at the underside of her skin, begging to get out, to get to him. Every time she met his stare or got within a few feet of him, it roared at her to strip off her clothes and offer herself to him. She focused on the white ribbon around her brow, focused on what the three of them had accomplished. The lesson finished, and she might have dragged Cassian down to her bedroom had he not simply taken to the skies and left. He didn't come back until the following morning. He was avoiding her. But the next morning she understood why, or at least he had a reason for his vanishing act. The training ring had been transformed again. An obstacle course lay all around it, coiled like a snake throughout. Nesta was one of the last to arrive, and joined the crowd of females who lingered by the door, murmuring about it as Cassian and Azriel turned to them all. Cassian said, "Valkyries were fearless and brilliant warriors on their own, but their true strength came from being a highly trained unit." He motioned to the obstacle course. "Alone, none of you will be able to get through that course. Together, you can find a way." Emery snorted. Cassian leveled a grin at her. "Looks simple, doesn't it?" Emery had the good sense to look nervous. Azriel clapped his hands, and all the females straightened. "You'll work in groups of 3. Gwyn asked Azee, her teal eyes bright. "What do we get if we finish the course?" Azee's shadows danced around him. "Since there's no chance in hell any of you will finish the course, we didn't bother to get a prize." Boos sounded. Gwyn lifted her chin in challenge. "We look forward to proving you wrong." Proving Azriel and Cassian wrong would take a while, it seemed. Gwyn, Emery, and Nesta made it the farthest in 3 hours. A grand, whopping halfway. Rosalind, Deirdre, and Ananke made it to the obstacle behind them before time was up, and Ananke's golden hair was matted with blood from the blow she'd taken to the head from a spinning, many-armed wooden thing. Sadistic monsters, Gwyn hissed as the 3 friends limped toward the water station, defeat heavy on their shoulders. "We try again tomorrow," Emery swore, sporting a black eye thanks to the swinging log that had knocked her on her ass before Nesta could grab her. "We keep trying until we wipe that smug look off their stupid, perfect faces." Indeed, Azriel and Cassian had just leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and smiled at them the entire time. Gwyn threw Azriel a withering stare as she strode past him. "See you tomorrow, Shadowzinger," she tossed over her shoulder. Azee stared after her, brows high with amusement. When he turned back, Nesta grinned. "You have no idea what you just started," she said. Azee angled his head, hazel eyes narrowing as Gwyn reached the archway. "Remember how Gwyn was with the ribbon?" Nesta winked and clapped the Shadowzinger on the shoulder. "You're the new ribbon, AZ." The obstacle course remained impossible. The bastards changed it every night. Each new morning was a different, harder challenge, but one that had an overall pattern. It usually began with some array of footwork, whether doing a swift run of knee-to-chest steps through a ladder on the ground or balancing on a suspended beam. Then came mental testing, puzzles that required them to think together and then rely on each other to get through. And when they were thoroughly exhausted, the feats of strength came in. The three of them made it to the third stage only once in the next 2 weeks. Rosalind, Ananke, and Deirdre were close on their heels, propelling Gwyn to push her group harder. She wanted to be the first, wanted Nesta and Emery and her to be the ones who wiped the smirks from Azriel's and Cassian's faces, especially Azriel's. Never mind that, after the first day, they only had an hour to get through the course. The other 2 hours were spent as a group, working on military training. Marching in formation, harder and stupider than it looked, fighting side by side, more dangerous than it seemed, and learning how to move, think, breathe as a unit. But they kept at it, marched in Valkyrie phalanxes, fought as one with Cassian and Azriel playing their opponents, learned to hold their shields in place against the onslaught of the Illyrian siphons, their towering male forms. Every bit of Valkyrie endurance training paid off. Every infernal squat or lunge now allowed them to brace their shields with little effort, to hold steady against an enemy attack. They exercised as one in precise lines as they did their abdominal curls to the same beat, did push-ups together. If one collapsed, they all had to start over again. But they kept going. Through sweat and breath and blood, they forged themselves together. And sometimes, when the evening services were over, the three of them would gather in the library and read about military strategy, about Valkyrie lore, about the techniques of the ancients. More of the priestesses cut the ribbon. Rosalind, Deirdre, Ananke, Ilana, Lorelei. Everything Azriel and Cassian threw at them, they took and threw right back. And every night, Nesta ran the stairs of the house, farther and farther and farther. She hadn't been able to reach the bottom again since that fight with Amren, but she kept trying. No longer did memories and words send her rushing down it. Now she was driven by pure, unrelenting purpose. Nesta, Gwyn, and Emery defeated the obstacle course 2 months to the day after it had been brought in. Of course, it was on a day when all the priestesses had been summoned away by Clotho for some special ceremony, so there was no one to witness it other than Cassian and Azriel. Only Gwyn had been exempted from the ceremony, apparently. And when Gwyn reached the finish line, bloody and panting and grinning so wildly her teal eyes glowed like a sunlit sea, she only extended her battered hand to Azriel. "Well, you already have your prize," Azriel said simply. "You just passed the blood right qualifier. Congratulations." Gwyn gaped. Nesta and Emery halted. But Gwyn said to him, "That was why you invited them?" Nesta had no idea what the priestess was talking about, but followed her gaze upward, to the lip of the pit, where a stone-faced Lord Devlon and another male peered in, scowling. No doubt this was the reason the other priestesses had been occupied today. Cassian murmured to Nesta, "I had a feeling today might be the day." Devlon seemed ready to erupt, his face purple with rage, but he looked to Cassian and nodded tersely. "You told the priestesses not to come?" Nesta asked Cassian and Azriel. "We informed Clotho that we might have some observers today," Azriel answered, eyes full of ice and death as he stared down Devlon. The male looked away from the Shadowsinger before grunting to his crony and flying eastward toward Illyria. Azriel went on, watching them vanish. Clotho explained it to the others, and they chose to find other ways to fulfill their day. Nesta asked Gwyn, "But it seemed like you didn't know what we were doing." Cassian and Azriel warned me that we'd be watched by males today, but didn't specify why. I had no idea it was the blood right qualifier. Her eyes shone bright above the dirt smudged on her face. Emery had blanched, though. She asked Cassian, "We're not entering the blood rite, are we?" "Only if you want to," Cassian assured her. She alone of all the females here would understand the true horrors of the blood rite, Nesta knew. But we wanted Devlon, and whoever he tells, to understand that you're as talented as any Illyrian unit. This was the only way they'd get it. Being a Valkyrie means nothing to them, and you certainly don't need their approval, but... He glanced to Emery again. "I wanted them to know what you've accomplished, that even though Valkyries don't have something akin to the blood rite, you're as trained as any warrior in Illyria." "The courses?" Gwyn asked. "Different routes," Azriel said, "from various qualifiers over the centuries." Cassian grinned. "Short of partaking in the blood rite, you're now as close to being Illyrian warriors as you can be." Silence fell. Then Nesta said, wiping the blood from the corner of her bruised mouth, "I'd rather be a Valkyrie." The females murmured their agreement. Cassian laughed. "Gods help us." Chapter 61. One test remained. Not any Cassian had given her, or any decreed by Illyrians or Valkyries, but one she'd set for herself. Nesta figured today was as good as any to push herself on those last few hundred steps. Down and down and down she went. Around and around and around. They had sliced the Valkyrie ribbon and had passed the blood rite qualifier. But they would keep training. So much remained to be learned. So much remained that she looked forward to learning with all of them. With her friends. With Cassian. They alternated bedrooms, sleeping wherever was closest to their lovemaking. Or fucking. There was a difference, she'd realized. Lovemaking usually happened late at night or first thing in the morning, when he was lazy and thorough and smiling. Fucking usually happened at lunch or random times, against a wall or bent over a desk or straddling his lap, impaling herself on him again and again. Sometimes it started off as fucking and became the tender, intense thing she called lovemaking. Sometimes the lovemaking dissolved into frantic fucking. She could never tell what would happen, which was part of why she could never get enough. She passed 100 steps, 200, 1,000. Her head was clear. It burned with purpose, with direction and focus. She woke up each morning glad to be there, to throw herself against the world and see what it did. She had music each night at the evening services, where she had learned most of the songs and sang with the priestesses, letting her voice ring out alongside Gwyn's. She had music from Cassian's Symphonia, which she played whenever she could. And she had music in her heart, a song made up of Cassian's voice, of Gwyn's and Emery's laughter, of her own breathing as she went down and down and down the stairs. 2,000, 3,000. Nesta's feet flew, her steps unfaltering, even as her muscles burned. She fought through it, gritted her teeth in a feral grin. She gave herself to the burning, the exhaustion, and the pain. She did not let them consume her, but allowed them to wash over her, through her, did not permit them to bend or deter her. She was the rock against which such things crashed. With each step, each breath, she yielded to the mind-stilling. It was the next phase in the Valkyrie mind training, to go from seated calm to active soothing. To be able to steady the mind, focus it while in the midst of chaos. For 1,000, 5,000, 6,000, the mind-stilling became as easy as breathing. She would not be mastered by anything again. She was the master of herself. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. And this person she was becoming, emerging into day by day. She might even like her. The stairs vanished, and then there was only a door before her. Nesta swayed, body still seeming to think it had to keep going around and around. But she took hold of the knob, opened the door to the dusk and city beyond. The lights had all been dimmed, but merry voices filled the streets. No one would prevent her from venturing into the city, to a tavern, and drinking herself silly. No one would come to haul her back. She'd made it down the stairs. Life lay before her. Only, she found herself looking up, toward the house where a starfall party would be held in an hour. The male who would be there who'd encouraged her to come. She faced the city, the lovely, vibrant city. None of it seemed as vibrant as what waited above. The climb would be brutal and almost without end, but at the top, Cassian would be waiting, as he had waited for her for years now. Nesta smiled and began the climb. Cassian, clad in his courtly finery, was standing at the door to the stairs when she returned. He was so exquisite that if Nesta hadn't already been panting from the climb, she'd have found herself unable to breathe. 5 steps had Nesta across the hall, her arms around his neck, her mouth on his. She kissed him, and he opened for her, letting those silent words pass between them, holding her so tight their heartbeats echoed into each other. When she pulled away, breathless from the kiss and all that filled her heart, Cassian only smiled. "The party already started," he said, kissing her brow and stepping away. "But it's still nearing its peak." Indeed, music and laughter trickled down from levels above. Cassian extended a hand, and Nesta wordlessly took it, letting him lead her down the hall. When she looked at the steps upward and her legs buckled, he scooped her into his arms and carried her. She leaned her head against his chest, closing her eyes, savoring the sound of his heart thumping. All the world was a song, and this heartbeat its core melody. Open air and music flowed around her, glasses clinking and clothing rustling, and she opened her eyes again as Cassian set her down. Stars flowed overhead, thousands and thousands of stars. She barely remembered last year's starfall, had been too drunk to care. But this so high up, Nesta didn't care that she was covered in sweat, wearing her leathers amongst a bejeweled crowd. Not as she staggered onto the veranda at the top of the house and gaped at the stars raining across the bowl of the sky. They zoomed by, so close some sparked against the stones, leaving glowing dust in their wake. She had a vague sense of Cassian and Moore and Osriel nearby, of Fair and Rhys and Lucian, of Ellen and Varian and Helion, of Callias and Vivian, also swollen with child and glowing with joy and strength. Nesta smiled in greeting and left them blinking, but she forgot them within a moment because the stars, the stars, the stars. She hadn't realized that such beauty existed in the world, that she might feel so full from wonder it could hurt, like her body couldn't contain all of it. And she didn't know why she cried then, but the tears began rolling down her face. The world was beautiful, and she was so grateful to be in it, to be alive, to be here, to see this. She stuck out a hand over the railing, grazing a star as it shot past, and her fingers came away glowing with blue and green dust. She laughed, a sound of pure joy, and she cried more, because that joy was a miracle. "That's a sound I never thought to hear from you, girl," Amryn said beside her. The delicate female was regal in a gown of light gray, diamonds at her throat and wrists, her usual black bob silvered with the starlight. Nesta wiped away her tears, smearing the stardust upon her cheeks and not caring. For a long moment, her throat worked, trying to sort through all that sought to rise from her chest. Amryn just held her stare, waiting. Nesta fell to one knee and bowed her head. "I am sorry." Amryn made a sound of surprise, and Nesta knew others were watching, but she didn't care. She kept her head lowered and let the words flow from her heart. You gave me kindness and respect and your time, and I treated them like garbage. You told me the truth, and I did not want to hear it. I was jealous and scared and too proud to admit it. But losing your friendship is a loss I can't endure. Amren said nothing, and Nesta lifted her head to find the female smiling, something like wonder on her face. Amren's eyes became lined with silver, a hint of how they had once been. I went poking about the house when we arrived an hour ago. I saw what you did to this place. Nesta's brow furrowed. She hadn't changed anything. Amren grabbed Nesta under the shoulder, hauling her up. The house sings. I can hear it in the stone. And when I spoke to it, it answered. Granted, it gave me a pile of romance novels by the end of it, but you caused this house to come alive, girl. I didn't do anything. You made the house, Amren said, smiling again, a slash of red and white in the glowing dark. When you arrived here, what did you wish for most? Nesta considered, watching a few stars whiz past. A friend. Deep down, I wanted a friend. So you made one. Your power brought the house to life with a silent wish born from loneliness and desperate need. But my power only creates terrible things. The house is good, Nesta breathed. Is it? Nesta considered. The darkness in the pit of the library. It's the heart of the house. Amren nodded. And where is it now? It hasn't made an appearance in weeks, but it's still there. I think it's just being managed. Maybe the house's knowledge that I'm aware of it and didn't judge it makes it easier to keep in check. Amren put a hand above Nesta's heart. That's the key, isn't it? To know the darkness will always remain, but how you choose to face it, handle it, that's the important part. To not let it consume, to focus upon the good, the things that fill you with wonder. She gestured to the stars zooming past. The struggle with that darkness is worth it, just to see such things. But Nesta's gaze had slid from the stars, finding a familiar face in the crowd, dancing with more laughing, his head thrown back, so beautiful she had no words for it. Amren chuckled gently, and worth it for that too. Nesta looked back at her friend. Amren smiled, and her face became as lovely as Cassian's, as the stars arching past. Welcome back to the Night Court, Nesta Arcaren. Chapter 62. Spring dawned on Valaris. Nesta welcomed the sun into her bones, her heart, letting it warm her. They had made it through the winter with no movement from Brylan or Baron, no armies unleashing. But Cassian warned that many armies did not attack in the winter, and Brylan might have been amassing them in secret. Azriel was forbidden from getting within a few miles of her, thanks to the threat of the crown, and any reports had to be verified by multiple sources. In short, they knew nothing and could only wait. The mood hadn't been helped by a rare red star blasting across the sky one day, an ill omen. Nesta had heard the priestesses muttering. Cassian reported that even Rhys had been rattled by it, seeming unusually contemplative afterward. But Nesta suspected that the omen wasn't the only thing contributing to Rhys's solemnity. Fair was only 2 months from giving birth, and they still knew nothing about how to save her. She channeled that growing worry into her training with the priestesses. Azriel and Cassian devised more training simulations, and they moved through them as a unit, thought and battled as a unit. Nesta sometimes wondered if they would ever see battle, if these priestesses would ever be willing to leave here to fight, to face violence that might summon the devouring demons of their pasts. Did she wish to move beyond simulations to actual combat? What would it do to her to see her friends killing or being killed? It was a final test, she supposed, one they might not ever be taking. Perhaps the blood rite, which Cassian had told her was only a few days away, had started as just that. A way to introduce young Illyrian warriors to killing in a contained environment, a stepping stone to the full mercilessness of battle. But Nesta's first foray into merciless battle came in the form of a letter. An impatient, demanding letter that requested her presence immediately. And Cassian's. Eris was waiting for Nesta and Cassian when they arrived in a forest clearing nestled in the middle. But Nesta didn't bother to do more than glance at the High Lord's son, not with the sight rising above the trees. The sacred mountain, the mountain under which Fair, Rhys, and all the other High Lords had been trapped by Amarantha. It rose like a wave on the horizon, bleak and barren and somehow thrumming with presence. "Have you never seen it?" Eris asked by way of greeting, tracking her stare. "No," she looked away from the unnerving peak. "Why is it sacred to you?" Eris shrugged, and Nesta knew Cassian monitored his every breath. "There are 3 of them, you know, sister peaks. This one, the mountain called the prison, and the one the Illyrian brutes call Ramiel. All bald, barren mountains at odds with those around them." "We didn't come for a history lesson," Cassian muttered. Nesta cut him a look. "I asked. I want to know." Cassian snorted and jerked his chin to Eris in a silent order to go on. "We don't know why they exist, but do you not find it strange that 2 out of the 3 have underground palaces carved into them?" "I'd hardly call the prison a palace," Cassian cut in. "Just ask the inmates." Eris gave him a mocking smile, but continued, "Unsurprisingly, the Illyrians were never curious enough to see what secrets lie beneath Ramiel, if it too was carved up like the others by ancient hands." "I thought Amarantha made the court under the mountain herself," Nesta said. "Oh, she decorated it and made us act like a sorry imitation of your court of nightmares. But the tunnels and halls were carved long before. By who, we don't know." "That's all the history I can take," Cassian said, earning a withering glare from Eris. Nesta followed suit. Cassian only gave her an amused wink before continuing. "Your letter seemed to imply that your father was making a move. Out with it." "My father went to the continent again last week. He came back seeming normal, without the glassy-eyed aloofness my soldiers displayed. He did not invite me to accompany him or explain what he discussed with Brylin. I can only assume the fallout is approaching, though, and wanted to warn you. It was not something I could risk putting in writing. But for now, it seems as if the world is holding its breath." "For what?" Nesta asked. "For you to find the harp." Nesta blinked and realized too late, too slowly, that they had not told Eris they'd found it, and her blink had given it away. Eris demanded, "You have it." "Does it make a difference?" Cassian said casually. "The Night Court possesses 2 objects of the trove." "I'd say yes." Eris straightened. "Is that what all these delays have been about? Biding your time so you can learn the trove's secrets and use the power for your own gains?" "That's absurd," Nesta snapped. "What do we have to gain?" Red flame sizzled in Eris's eyes. "What did the king of Hybern have to gain by attaining the cauldron and invading our lands?" "We have no interest in conquest, Eris," Cassian said, crossing his arms. "You know that, and we're not going to use the trove." Eris barked a laugh. Nesta could see that he didn't believe them, that he was so used to the twisted politics and scheming of his court that even when the simple, easy truth was offered, he could not see it. "I find myself not entirely comfortable with your court possessing 2 items in the trove." His gaze shifted to Nesta, "especially when you have so many other weapons in your arsenal." Nesta stiffened, but Cassian didn't so much as shift on his feet. "Rhys has his own plans, Eris. You can't be foolish enough to think we'd tell you all of them, but I can assure you they don't involve using the trove." Nesta tried not to gape at the cool, amused voice that had come out of Cassian. A courtier's voice, as if he'd been listening to her and Reese and had perfectly replicated that combination of boredom and cruelty. Nesta couldn't help the thrill that shot down her spine. She wanted him to use that voice in the bedroom, wanted him to whisper like that in her ear while he... "So you claim," Eris said. "I suppose you're going after the crown now." His hair shone like embers in the dappled light. Cassian smirked. "We'll tell you when you need to know, and we'll try not to forget this time." Eris picked at a piece of lint on his jacket. At his side hung the dagger Reese and Fair had gifted him, simple and plain compared to the finery on him. Her dagger. "You'd be truly stupid to go after Brylin directly." "Leave the heroics to the brutes, Eris," Cassian said. "Wouldn't want to risk cutting up those pretty hands." Eris's fingers curled slightly on his biceps. Nesta reined in her smile. Cassian's words had found their mark. "And what will you do when you have all three objects in the trove?" Eris's brows flattened. "You can't destroy them, and I doubt hiding them would work, considering the danger that gathers around. Us, I don't see why you wouldn't use them." Nesta kept silent, content to let Cassian take the lead. Cassian let out a soft laugh, and Nesta's blood again sang at the mastery of it. He'd toy with Eris a bit longer. "Indeed," Cassian asked coolly. "And what are you going to do to stop us?" Eris only said, "If you fail in retrieving the crown, you risk Brylin using it upon you. She could turn you on each other, make you do unspeakable things, even reveal to her where the other two objects are, and you'd have no choice but to tell her everything." He worried about them revealing their alliance for his own sake. "You threaten to expose us. Do not pursue the crown." "We'll see," Cassian said, the portrait of unruffled calm. Nesta nearly snickered as he nodded toward the dagger at Eris's side. "We have our own ways to protect ourselves against the crown." Nesta hid her surprise. The weapons she made shielded against the trove? No one had told her such a thing. Eris glowered. "Has this been the plan the whole time? To string me along, make me an enemy of my father, then use the trove against all of us?" "You made yourself an enemy of your father," Cassian said, smiling faintly. "When he finds out, I wonder if he'll let your hounds rip you to shreds, or if he'll do it himself." Eris paled slightly. "Don't you mean if he finds out?" Cassian said nothing, kept his face neutral. Nesta stifled her smugness and did the same. Eris observed them. For the first time since Nesta had known the male, uncertainty banked the fire in his gaze. And then he turned toward the other subject in his letter, facing Nesta before he asked, "And my offer for you?" Not 1 ounce of affection or longing laced his words. Nesta lifted her chin, smirking at last. "I suppose once we have the crown in our hands, the Night Court won't need you after all. Neither will I." She could have sworn Cassian was repressing a laugh, but she kept her gaze on Eris, who went rigid, rippling with rage. "I do not appreciate being toyed with, Nesta Arkharron. My offer was sincere. Stay with the Night Court and you risk your ruin." Cassian cut in smoothly. "Try to fuck us over, Eris, and you risk yours." Eris's upper lip curled. "Do whatever you want." He straightened, as if shaking off any emotion, face going cold and cruel again. "It's your lives you gamble with, not mine." He chuckled, nodding to Cassian. "So what if the world loses another brute to war? Good riddance." Cassian smiled slowly. "Thanks for your well wishes, Eris." And with that, Cassian swept Nesta into his arms and shot into the sky, the trees passing in a green blur, the sacred mountain lurking at their backs. Nesta peered into his face as they flew northward and found Cassian grinning. "You did well," she said, brushing a hand down his neck. "I pretended I was you," he admitted. "I think I got the I will slay. My enemies looked down, didn't I?" Nesta laughed, leaning her head against his chest. "You did." They flew for hours, content to be alone, soaring over the land. They flew and flew, Cassian tireless and unfaltering, and Nesta let herself revel in the feeling of his arms, in just being with him. And even though the cold sank into her skin, by the time the lights of Valaris appeared on the darkening horizon, she was sorry to see them. But he brought them to the city proper, landing on one of the bridges spanning the Sidra. "I thought we'd walk for a little," he said, interlacing his fingers with hers. After so long in the empty skies, the people all around them seemed to press in. But Nesta nodded, falling into step beside him, savoring his calluses against her own, the rub of the thread that kept his siphon in place atop his hand, the warmth that leaked from him. "What do you think Eris will do?" They hadn't spoken of it during the flight. "Sulk, then come up with his next way to insult me," Cassian said, and Nesta laughed. He gave her a sidelong glance. "You liked seeing me play courtier?" Nesta's mouth quirked upward. "I wouldn't want you to be that way forever, but it was enticing. It gave me some ideas." His eyes glowed, and though they were within view of the entire city, he laid a hand against her cheek, brushed a kiss to her mouth. "It gave me some ideas as well, Ness." He pressed against her, and she understood his meaning entirely. She laughed and pulled away, aiming for the end of the bridge. "People are watching. I don't care." He fell into step beside her again, slinging an arm over her shoulder for emphasis. "I have nothing to hide with you. I want them to know we share a bed." He kissed her temple, tucking her into his side as they walked through the bustling city. Such a simple, lovely claim, and yet she found herself asking, "Does it undermine my image as a warrior to be with you?" "No." "Does it undermine Fair's when she's seen with Reese?" Her stomach tightened. Her heartbeat pulsed in her arms, her gut. "It's different for them," she made herself say as they reached the end of the bridge and turned to walk along the quay flanking the river. Cassian asked carefully, "Why?" Nesta kept her focus on the glittering river, vibrant with the hues of sunset. "Because they're mates." At his utter silence, she knew what he'd say, halted again, bracing for it. Cassian's face was a void, completely empty as he said, "And we're not." Nesta said nothing. He huffed a laugh. "Because they're mates and you don't want us to be." "That word means nothing to me, Cassian," she said, voice thick as she tried to keep the people who strode past from overhearing. "It means something to all of you, but for most of my life, husband and wife was as good as it got. Mate is just a word." "That's bullshit." When she only began walking along the river again, he asked, "Why are you frightened?" "I'm not frightened." "What spooked you? Just being seen publicly with me like this?" "Yes." Having him kiss her and realizing that soon she'd have to return to this world humming around them and leave the house, and she didn't know what she would do then, what it would mean for them, if she would plunge back into that dark place she'd occupied before. Drag him down with her. "Nesta, talk to me." She met his stare, but wouldn't open her mouth. Cassian's eyes blazed. "Say it." She refused. "Say it, Nesta." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Ask me why I vanished for nearly a week after solstice." Why I suddenly had to do an inspection right after a holiday. Nesta kept her mouth shut. It was because I woke up the next morning and all I wanted to do was fuck you for a week straight. And I knew what that meant, what had happened, even though you didn't, and I didn't want to scare you. You weren't ready for the truth. Not yet. Her mouth went dry. Say it, Cassian snarled. People gave them a wide berth. Some outright turned back toward the direction they'd come from. No. His face shuddered with rage even as his voice became calm. Say it. She couldn't. Not before he'd ordered her to, and certainly not now. She wouldn't let him win like that. Say what I've guessed from the moment we met, he breathed. What I knew the first time I kissed you. What became unbreakable between us on solstice night. She wouldn't. I am your mate, for fuck's sake, Cassian shouted, loud enough for people across the river to hear. You are my mate. Why are you still fighting it? She let the truth, voiced at last, wash over her. You promised me forever on solstice, he said, voice breaking. Why is one word somehow throwing you off that? Because with that one word, the last scrap of my humanity goes away. She didn't care who saw them, who heard. With that one stupid word, I am no longer human in any way. I'm one of you. He blinked. I thought you wanted to be one of us. I don't know what I want. I didn't have a choice. Well, I didn't have a choice in being shackled to you either. The declaration slammed into her. Shackled. He sucked in a breath. That was an incredibly poor choice of words. But the truth, right? No. I was angry. It's not true. Why? Your friends saw me for what I was. What I am. The mating bond made you stupidly blind to it. How many times did they warn you away from me? Cassian. She barked a cold laugh. Shackled. Words beckoned, sharp as knives, begging for her to grab one and plunge it into his chest. Make him hurt as much as that one word hurt her. Make him bleed. But if she did that, if she ripped into him, she wouldn't let herself do it. He pleaded, I didn't mean it like, I'm calling in my favor, she said. He went still, brows bunching, and then his eyes widened. Whatever you're, I want you to leave. Go up to the House of Wind for the night. Do not speak to me until I come talk to you or until a week has passed. Whichever comes first. I don't care. Until she'd mastered herself enough to not hurt him, to stop feeling the old urge to strike and maim before she could be wounded. Cassian lurched toward her, but winced, back arching, like the bargain tattoo on his back had burned him. Go away, she ordered. His throat worked, eyes bulging, fighting the power of the bargain with his every breath. But then he whirled, wing beats booming as he leaped into the skies above the river. Nesta remained on the quay as her spine tingled, and she knew her tattoo had vanished. Emery was at her kitchen table when Nesta appeared at the back door. Moore had winnowed her here without a question, without so much as a glance of disapproval. Nesta had been beyond caring about it, though, was only grateful the female had appeared, likely sent by Cassian. She didn't care about that either. Nesta made it 2 steps into Emery's shop before she collapsed and cried. She barely noticed what happened, how Emery helped her into a chair, how the words tumbled out, explaining what she and Cassian had said, what she'd done to him. A knock sounded on the door an hour later, and Nesta stopped crying when she saw who stood there. Gwyn threw her arms around Nesta. I heard you might need us. Nesta was so stunned to see the priestess that she returned the hug. Moore, a step behind, gave her a concerned nod and then winnowed away. Emery was the one to say to Gwyn, "I can't believe you left the library." Gwyn stroked Nesta's head. "Some things are more important than fear." She cleared her throat. "But please don't remind me too much. I'm so nervous I really might vomit." Even Nesta smiled at that. Her two friends fussed over her, sitting at the kitchen table and drinking hot cocoa. A belated solstice gift to Emery from Nesta, pilfered from the house's larder. They ate dinner and then dessert and discussed their latest reads. They spoke about everything and nothing long into the night. Only when Nesta's eyes burned with exhaustion, her body a limp weight, did they go upstairs. There were 3 bedrooms above the shop, all pristine and simple, and Nesta changed into the nightgown Emery offered without a second thought. She'd talk to him tomorrow. Sleep now, safe with her friends around her, and talk to him tomorrow. She'd explain everything. Why she'd balked, why it frightened her. This next step into the unknown, the life beyond it. She'd apologize for using their bargain to send him away, and not stop apologizing until he smiled again. Perhaps the future did not need to be so planned. She could just take it one day at a time. As long as she had Cassian at her side, her friends with her, she could do it. Face it, they wouldn't let her fall back into that pit. Cassian would never let her fall again. But if she did fall, he'd be waiting for her at the top again, hand outstretched. She didn't deserve it, but she'd endeavor to be worthy of him. Nesta fell asleep with that thought ringing, a weight lifted from her chest. Tomorrow she'd tell Cassian everything. Tomorrow her life would begin. A male scent filled her room. It wasn't Cassian, and it wasn't Reese or Azriel. It was full of hate, and Nesta lurched upward just as a rough laugh sounded. Down the hall, Gwyn screamed, then fell silent. In the dark, she could make out nothing, and she fumbled for the power within her, for the knife next to the bed. Something cold and wet pressed into her face. It burned her nostrils, flaying open her mind. Darkness swept in, and she was gone. Chapter 63. Nesta's bargain had required that he go to the House of Wind for the night, and that he could speak to her only once she spoke to him, or after a week had passed. Easy enough rules to maneuver around. He made a mental note to teach her to word her bargains a little more cleverly. Cassian waited until the required night had passed and then found Reese at dawn, asking his brother to winnow him into Windhaven. Moore had reluctantly informed him she'd brought Nesta there the day before. He'd finished this fight with Nesta one way or another. It had never frightened him. The mating bond or that Nesta was his. He'd guessed it well before the cauldron had turned her. The only thing that frightened him was that she might reject it. Hate him for it. Chafe against it. He'd beheld the truth in her eyes on Solstice, when the mating bond had been like so much gold thread between their souls, but she'd still hesitated. And yesterday his temper had gotten the better of him, and he'd start off round 2 by getting her to say just one word to him so he'd be free to speak the rest. The apology, the declaration he still needed to make. All of it. He scented both Nesta and Gwyn at Emery's back door when he knocked. It moved him beyond words, that Gwyn had braved the world beyond the library to comfort Nesta, even as it shamed him that he'd been the cause of it. But at his side, Reese's face was suddenly pale. They're not here. Cassian didn't wait before he shoved into the shop, breaking the lock on Emery's door. If someone had hurt them, taken them, no one was in the cozy room in the back. But suddenly there were male scents in this room, as if they'd winnowed right in. Illyrians had no magic like that, except on one night, when Illyrians possessed an ancient, wild power. No, he charged up the stairs. The steps rank with those male scents, and that of the female's fear. He found Nesta's room first. She'd fought. The bed was shoved across the room, the nightstand turned over, and blood, male blood, from the scent of it, lay in a puddle on the floor. But the acrid scent of the sleeping ointment, enough to knock out a horse, lingered. His head went quiet. Emery's and Gwyn's rooms were the same. Signs of a struggle, but not of the females themselves. Fear bloomed, so vast and broad he could barely breathe. It was a message to the females for thinking themselves warriors, and to him for teaching them, for defying the Illyrians' archaic hierarchies and rules. Rhys came up beside him, his face white with that same dread. Devlon just confirmed everything. The blood rite began at midnight.